Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We would welcome you on the third day of Film Spring Open. We started our transmission a bit early today so that we could sort of get this ball rolling and to show you the workshops with Tomasz Siwiński, with whom we'll get connected in a while, and we'll see what's happening in there. Meanwhile, a few organizational and technical things. As you probably know, we divided the stream into English stream and Polish stream. So if somebody wants to listen to English stream, you can enter the separate stream. In the description of the Polish transmission is the link to the English transmission. In terms of English transmission, we've got the link there to the Polish version. A few technical matters about what it looks like. Now I'll show you something from my first computer. On the first computer in the window, you can see two transmissions running. On the left-hand side, we have the Polish transmission. On the right-hand side, with the English transmission, we've got the Polish chat and the English chat. So if there are any problems or you have any requests or you want to ask questions to lecturers who unfortunately cannot hear us, but we always can contact them through writing, of course we'll be retyping and copy-pasting your request to them. I think this is all on the organizational side. I can also show you the agenda for today and tell you a bit more what is going to happen today. As of today's workshops, we will be contacting the PZU Animation group workshop at 10. Then we have the meeting with Sławomir Idziak, who will talk about the risk in film production control, film production risk control. Then at 2 p.m. we've got yes, and we'll move on with the lectures, as you can see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To join us at Film Spring Cafe at 8 p.m. So today we'll be broadcasting until 6:30 p.m. and what it's going to look like in practice, how it's going to look like in practice. We do have a lot of dynamic situations which are happening in real time, but we're trying to manage that. And if something is going to happen, we'll surely be talking to you about that, and I'll tell you about that as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I wanted to share some memories with you from 2017. First, we'll see the film, and then we'll see the making of this production of the 2017 Film Spring Open production, and I'll have a glimpse at the Tomasz Siwiński's workshop and see if we can connect with them shortly. So have a nice watch.
Sporo komputerów, są fajne stacje robocze serii Z, spora dawka wykładów, bus full of equipment. I think every young filmmaker should come.
W magazynie mamy wszystkie wiodące marki na rynku: Canon, Sony, Panasonic, GoPro, Arri.
We like very much the event. It gives people a lot of possibilities in using our equipment.
Really great opportunity to come and make projects here.
Uczestnicy pracują, robią filmy w grupach.
W tym roku grupa reklamowa mogła zrobić reklamę dla Allegro, bądź też dla Szlachetnej Paczki.
Zostań gigantem. Też są grupy, które tyczą przyszłości branży.
Pracujemy nad filmem 360 na silniku 3D.
We need to get deeper.
prostu rzeczą totalnie fantastyczną.
My group is called Keeping Control in Extreme Conditions.
Mamy grupę prewizową. Prewiz pomaga filmowcom wykonać prewizualizację scen filmowych przed wykonaniem właściwego filmu.
Uczę moich podopiecznych, jak filmować telefonami, czego potrzebuje youtuber lub twórca, który właśnie tworzy materiały w sieci.
Prowadzę warsztaty CGI i uczymy się tutaj, jak połączyć materiał filmowy z materiałem generowanym komputerowo, korzystając z takich programów jak Adobe After Effects czy Maxon Cinema 4D.
Co pozwoliło nam zrealizować na zajęciach z reklamy wilka w 3D, nad którym właśnie pracuję.
Kolorujemy na konsolach Blackmagic Design.
Doświadczenie color gradingu na konsoli jest zupełnie inne niż na myszce i to jest nieporównywalna szybkość i wygoda pracy.
The new technologies, I mean, you have to embrace them, try to see what they can do for your project, because wait a few years and new technologies will be old technologies. Cameras have been new technologies 100 years ago.
As part of a company in India, I was happy to present how I approached VR.
Interdyscyplinarnie tu się wszyscy mogą spotkać.
Strike to me as a really well thought out incubator for young filmmakers.
Przez 10 dni bardzo intensywnie realizujemy projekty, jednocześnie słuchając wykładów, uczestnicząc w grupach.
Film Spring Open is a great week of filmmaking. You know, it gives young people a chance to make movies with professional equipment. It's great for the future of film.
Could you just turn off the mic because it's the noise is present. So I will make a quick overview about various techniques of animation, and we can start it from the predecessors of animation. I will just show the screen now. Okay, so even in the earliest times in the cave drawings, there is this. We can see this need of or this presence of depicting the motion, and here we see the phases of movement of a tiger, I guess. Here on the other drawing, we can see the horn is kind of moving in the, like it was moving. We see the phases of movement. Also here, the boar, we can see his legs in phases. So looking at this from the animator perspective is kind of interesting and funny to see those examples in very early times, that there was this consistent need of showing the motion without having actually the film invention of the film. Talking about this, I can show you a film made by an excerpt of a film made by Witold Giersza, a famous Polish animator who did a film called Signum in 2015. It is a film about where he literally animates the drawing, the cave drawings. Let me just show you an example. Okay, we can stop here. The quality of this now, when I stream it, is probably not very good, but you have all those links. You should be provided by all those links to the things I'm showing, for most of those things. It was Witold Giersza, a great film from 2015. But this is just a side example, let's say. The next predecessor of animated film or film in general was, of course, Edward Maybridge and his famous studies about human motion and human and animal motion. Here is an example of those photographs that he took as we can animate them. And I'm talking about Edward Maybridge because as a, let's say, basic training for animators, his work and his charts, tables with the photographs are still a highly valued pedagogical, let's say, tool for students of animation. So the animators and the people who want to be animators can study those drawings and learn how the figure is moving. So for you, for those of you who want to learn how to draw a person, how to animate a person, those charts are really like great example and a great tool for learning. It's also good because it's like a natural movement. It's not something, let's say, cartoonish or something invented. It's really how the person is moving. So he did many of those human movement motions, but also he did animal motion as well, which is not shown here in this short video, but you can easily find those photos when you surf over the internet. So it's very easy and it's very helpful. Also for me, also for other animators to see the specific movement of specific animals. If you have to, for example, animate a raccoon or animate a specific animal and you don't really know how it moves, then you can see if Maybridge did it, maybe a sequence of movement. Okay, so it was Maybridge, And now I will go on to the history, actually real history of animation. One of the first pioneers of animation was Polish, of Polish origin. His name was Władysław Starewicz, and he's the inventor of puppet animation. Here from the film Cameraman's Revenge from 1911, we can see one of the first examples of animation of insects. At the beginning, when Starewicz was presenting those films, some of the people didn't know how it was done, so they think he's like a trainer of he's training the insects, and he's have some kind of magical talents to be to train those insects to move that way. Of course, it was like the beginning of the animation, of puppet animation. Now the studios like Laika, for example, are doing this perfectly with seamless. The movement is so perfect that sometimes we cannot see is it like a 3D or is it like live action. But here Starewicz did it quite well, like regarding when it was. By the way, if you have any questions during the lecture, like please don't be shy and please ask them while I'm presenting. So also I can have some feedback, like is it clear or is it anything maybe I'm not saying something enough properly, or how we want to well, if you don't know something, just ask me. And here the movement, usually the movement, like for people who don't really are into animation, is captured 12 frames per second. So we need to have 12 frames for having the motion pretty much fluid, and it's like kind of a arbitrary figure. Yes. Normally the film is 24 or 25 frames per second, but for the figure movement, we assume that enough is 12 frames per second. So here, when Starewicz did this, he was, or his team was doing like 2 frames each face. So each, because the film is 24 frames per second, so duplicating those 2 frames of the same face, he created 12 frames. Finally, it was 12 frames per second. So all those frames were doubled. Yes, they were twinned. Okay, so it is the beginning of animation, and the next thing I want to show you is a cutout animation, and the example is a famous Russian or Soviet animator, Yuri Nordstein, who did his films in 70s, most of them 70s, or I guess 60s, 70s, and he's doing he was just doing his films just recently. So this is a film which I highly recommend. It is the link is provided to you. The film Hedgehog in the Fog, which is a film about friendship and longing for friendship. We can see now like excerpt of this film.
Интересно, подумал ежик, если лошадь ляжет спать, она захлебнется в тумане. И он стал медленно спускаться с горки, чтобы попасть в туман и посмотреть, как там внутри. Лошадь. Но лошадь ничего не сказала.
Okay, it was the excerpt of a famous film, and this is a cutout technique, and the cutout uses, like a traditional cutout which was done under the camera, uses objects, uses like elements of cutout pieces, and the animator is putting those pieces on the multiplane, usually this multiplane. And here in the documentary about Nordstein, you can see how he was doing this. It's also in your links, and it's a great insight, provides great insight to the technique of a great Russian animator. Here we can see like an example, maybe without.
Моя подруга детства, а это ее мама. Это мой дядя. Вот они, эти танцующие, которые там. Тут инвалид, без ноги. Да, вот он, вот. Он просто не собран, вот он, видите. Да, нет. Вот это все танцующие. Видите, какие они все простые. Это у нас павильон. Маша, не пугайтесь, это у нас такой большой компьютер. Да, он совсем ручной, этот компьютер. Он прирученный.
Okay, so here Nordstein shows the multiplane, and on each plane there is a glass basically, and on the glass he puts all those objects joined together, and he moves them frame by frame, usually 12 frames per second. So for each second there are 12 phases of movement. So he doesn't create any keyframes. Yes, the keyframes still are here not present. It's like a frame to frame. Yes, the movement is created frame to frame, different from a drawing animation, which I will talk in a moment, or painted animation. So we will not go on this further. You can see all documentary afterwards, but the idea is that you don't really need to draw every single frame. You can just move those joints, and that's why that's the idea how the movement is created. Later he is showing also some other elements, which are, because even though we have the phases of the, we have the elements of this of the figures, for example, legs, limbs, head, etc. There is a need sometimes of making also a phases of those head movement. For example, here is when, for example, the character is having some facial expressions, then you need to make, like here we can see, you need to have several, for example, facial expressions, or a head is turning. Then you cannot achieve it in a traditional, let's say, the basic cutout. You need to have several phases of this head to achieve the moving in a space, in a 3D space. So it is kind of is combining those two techniques, or in a different, we can say it in a different way. He he makes it more complex than a traditional, than like the basic cutout technique. Here you have we have the eyes, for example, yes, etc. on a cell light. So it was this is how it was done in the past. Now some people other are using this technique. I mean the traditional cutout, but most of the animators are doing the cutout in a like say software, yes, in a digital way, and it's easier to control the multiplane, and you can also have the keyframes. Yes, you can also have the keyframes. You don't need to move each element every frame. You can set a keyframes, and that's why it's kind of easier. Okay, the next technique is kind of, in a way, maybe not similar, but kind of relates to the previous. It is the plasticine or claymation technique. Here, as an example, I can show you the trailer of a fragment, excerpt of a trailer from Izabela Plucińska film Esterhazy. Maybe we can show it without the sound, and I can say something about it during the presentation. Here the principle is kind of the same as in a puppet animation, but we use instead of puppets, we are using plasticine figures, yes, which are animated frame by frame under the camera or in front of the camera. So this technique was also utilized in Aardman Studios films like Wallace and Gromit series and films like that. Okay, here are the rabbits in Berlin. Okay, this technique creates kind of a specific, let's say, it's like kind of organical. This plasticine have this quality of the skin in a way, like the wax also. So it's kind of creates this feeling of something organic, something living. So by many people it is they find it attracting. Okay, the next technique I wanted to tell you is we will just smoothly go on to the 2D techniques. The cutout is kind of between 2D and 3D. Here is a plasticine, it's like a 3D technique, but we will go back to the 2D techniques with just drawing animation. And as an example, there is this film, The Cat Came Back, but by Cordell Baker from '88. But before that, I will just try to combine this lecture with my own work, and I will show you, which I actually shown yesterday. So sorry for this repetition, but for people who didn't who didn't see it, it is kind of important for other people beside the group. And here is a breakdown of my film called Blue Room. But the first stages of making a painting, painted film, are like in the drawing animation. So at the beginning we are doing a key animation. The key animation is consists of 4 drawings per second. Excuse me, there is a terrific. And here is how it looks like. I hope you can see it. I couldn't provide you the links to this because it's not online, but you can see the movement is not fluid. It's like 4 frames per second, and in this way we can control the basic movement, and we can working in a group, we can we can discuss it and not spend a lot of time correcting this, because it's only 4 drawings per second. So when this stage is completed, when it's accepted, we are going to the next stage, which is the full animation, and now the movement is smooth and it is 12 frames per second. So between each keyframe, the in-between artists or the animator is supposed to draw 2 more frames. So that in this way, from 4 frames per second, now there is a 12 frames per second. So the movement now is smooth. So usually at this stage there are not many corrections, because if you do the in-betweens right, then usually the movement is supposed to be good if the in-between artists is good enough. Yes. Usually in the studios there is this division between the key animators who are doing the key animation, and then there are the in-betweeners who are doing the in-betweens. Yes. So this is the structure, normal structure. Let's say normal, like classical structure of a film, 2D film industry. Some animators, of course, are doing when they're doing the films by themselves. They don't strictly follow those rules. They can also there are cases that people are doing each like frame to frame. They are doing the animation without the keyframes, so they are not concerned with key animation. But it's like more, let's say, you have to have more courage to do it. Yes, because when you make a mistake, then you have to repeat the 12 frames per second. So I would recommend to make it as keyframes at the beginning. Here we can see this example of a film, Canadian film, as an example of 2D drone animation. Okay, we can stop here. So in this way, there are done many films, like for example The Simpsons and other 2D series. So sometimes studios, to be more efficient, combine the traditional 2D animation with the cutout animation. So some parts the cutout animation is enough, for example, in the simple movements from the back, from the side, for example. And then when the character turns, we need to have a full animation, like full drone animation. And there are software like, for example, Toon Boom is utilized as a tool to do it, for example. Of course, when the outline animation is completed, there is of course a process of filling those, of a cleanup process. Yes, we should have to clean this up. So there is a cleanup artist who well, redraws the frame once again and clears it and then fills it with the color. So traditional film, like Disney traditional animation, classical animation, it's all done like this. We can do it either in a computer, yes, because here we are doing this on a paper, yes, and the second stage is we can clean this up in computer, or we can clean this up on the cells, yes, on the celluloids. So in the traditional way, it was done on celluloids. Now it's mostly done in computer, in software. Okay. And now we can move to like my field of expertise, which is the painted animation. And here we can see on the next stage, like how it looks when the character is painted. So we also painted on in real life, in real real life situation, let's say, yes, under the camera. So it was not done in the computer, in the software, but it was done under the camera. So here how it looks like, and here we can see as an example of painted animation. We can see an excerpt from my film, and then we will see the short making of this film.
Na plaży siedzieliśmy, chłopcy w domu zostali.
Okay, we can stop here. You can see the whole film in the link you got, and it's a film called Blue Room. It's from 2014. Here we can see you can see how it was done. It is kind of you can see like how it how it was It was kind of messy. The process is kind of messy, you know, because we were doing this with 4 other people, painters and animators, and it was done in a rented apartment in Warsaw. Oh, this is me 6 years ago, so I'm a bit younger. and here we can see the phases, yes, of the process. So the outline, then the painted version, and the compositing. Here you can see the actual paint, and normal, like real paint, oil paint. We were doing this with oil paint, and there were like loads of painted oil paint everywhere. So it was really messy. So if you don't want to get dirty, then you can do it in a computer software. Then it's cleaner way to do it. we also were using some 3D software to make the architecture, and then we paint it over and create this kind of to unify this with the outline. So at the end, everything looks kind of this is our small studio, and here how it look like. Doesn't really, not so pleasant. Okay, I just wanted to show you the drawings, which I guess will be in a moment. Oh yes, here are the drawings. So as you see, those are like real drawings and on the paper, and to do it, there is a you have to put those drawings, those papers on a table with a light emitting under the surface of a glass. So there's like a special table for animators, and then you can see through the paper, which is very thin, you can see and preceding frames. Yes, so this way is like easier to make the in-betweens and to animate. And this is the completed outline. Okay, and we were doing this. The painting was done under the camera, so we had a computer screen emitting, projecting the outline under the painting surface, and then it was painted over. Here you can see like me in the process of this painting, and then a picture was taken, and we move on to the next frame. Yes, frame by frame. Okay, you can see this whole short making of in the link you were provided, but then I can move on to the next thing, which is the it's also based on my experience, because now we are not doing this in this kind of messy way, but we are doing my new films, my recent films were done in digital software that we are emulating. Let's say we are emulating this effect of oil paint in the software that is like a let's say painting simulator, and it's called Arri. Is not the software for animation strictly, but for recreating those organic effects. So the next film I did, which was like commissioned film, was done in this using the same technique. So my idea was to achieve like the same effect that I was working doing before, but with digital tools, and I guess it was successful in that regard, at least. Here we can see an excerpt from that film.
W 1943-44, działając w interesie hitlerowskiej władzy okupacyjnej, wskazywał do likwidacji tego polityki.
Okay, we can stop here. Like I just wanted to show you that you can use will achieve similar effect without necessarily use the actual paint. Yes, and the film I'm currently working on, which is called Love in Times of Coal-Based Economy, which is produced by Letco. We are using the same technique, and we can in this way we can like work remotely, and we don't have to work in one studio, which was the case in a traditional oil paint that we had to rent this small apartment and work there together. And here there is it's a bit more better control. We can control it better working in a digital software, because I can provide for each individual shot, I can provide a layout, like a painted layout for other people, and the other person who is like a lead painter can make keyframes, like painted keyframes for the assistants, for the painters who are assistants, and they can like make the in-betweens. So the process is kind of in this way it's kind of similar to the process of drawing animation. So it's easier to control afterwards as well. Okay, the film, by the way, the film is called Moczarski's Case, and it's about a famous Polish journalist. The film was done in 2016, as I remember this correctly. Okay, maybe there is not much time left, so we can move on to two other techniques, and there is also a possibility for animation, and that is like a sand animation. And as an example, I can show you a film called Zeppo by sorry, I forgot the name of the creator. To make it to be more specific, and it's called, and the director is called Cesar Diaz Melendez. It's kind of recent film, and it utilizes the colored I don't know, it's salt or sand, because usually you use sand. Use salt for the sand animation, because it's kind of affordable and can be colored easier than actual sand. So this is how it looked like, and it's nice because it creates this kind of a little blurry, let's say a little blurry image, which kind of had this kind of also like a painted quality in a way. Okay, you can see the whole film, but it was done as the Nordstein studio. It was done on multiplane on the glass. So and each frame is filmed, and then the sand or the salt is moved a bit, yes, and there is another frame, and the salt is moved a bit, and there is another frame, and so on and so on. For this technique, you can also use the outline animation, or something else, like for example a video or 3D to as a reference, as something that is projected, for example, under, and you can use it as a guide, let's say, as a guide to how to move the sand or the salt. It's kind of nice technique. And the last technique I wanted to tell you about, I'm not going so much into the details, but this is the time that we have. This is of course, the 3D technique, and probably you are all aware about the 3D blockbusters and films, movies like made by Pixar or DreamWorks, etc. But the 3D animation can also be used in a more, let's say, author film. And here, as an example, we can see an excerpt from a field Skizine by Jeremy Clapin.
Et donc, finalement, il n'y a pas eu de dégâts. C'est bien ça? Pas de dégâts? Comment ça? Ah, c'est vrai. Seulement une situation humaine en face de chez nous. Et moi? Allô? Ah. 91 cm. Je suis exactement 91 cm de moi.
Okay, let's stop here. And just to tell you, like Jeremy Clapin just won the Palme d'Or for his feature film recently. So he's continued to do those films. And his new films also utilizes some 3D, but in more not conventional, let's say, way. So there are many things, many ways to do like a 3D animation. You can do it like the 3D can be so can mimic the reality. So it's like indistinguished from reality, but also you can use it in a more, let's say, artistic way, or more a way that creates some images that are different from the reality. As here, for example, but also you can make like a 2D style animation in a 3D software. There is not really like now a time to explain that, but yeah, this is the time we have. Okay, so I will stop sharing the screen, and so that's in the way you can probably see me now. So yeah, so those are the animation techniques, and I hope it was informative in a way for you, and also gave you a hint or insight to my personal process. And if you have any questions, please ask me now, and I can gladly provide you the answers. Anyone? Hello?
I have a question. Hello. So, how much time did you spend on working on your Blue Man? Because I think it's really, really long process to finish this animation.
You mean the Blue Room in the film, yes? Because I didn't know if I could.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
First one you showed, like from your works.
Yeah, it was we were doing this for a year and 4 months, something like this, almost year and a half, like, and the film is 14 minutes, so the process took this time. Like now, I'm doing a film which is 11 minutes, and probably we will be doing this for 1 year and 2 months, something like this. So it really depends like how big the team is, but usually for a short films, it's not really like so efficient to have like a huge team, like to have, I don't know, 20 people or something, because in this scale of a project, there is a, well, if you have so much like a so big structure, there is also this time-consuming process of let's say controlling the whole structure. Yes, so if you have a smaller team, you have a smaller structure, then you spend less time on the structuring the whole work, and you can provide more time for individual, let's say, giving guides and giving some feedback for individual people. So on the current project, probably now they're working like 8 people, yes, something like this for now, but not all of them are working like full time. So now we are doing this in Polish-Croatian. It's a Polish-Croatian co-production. So some of the people are like the painters are mostly from Croatia, and as I said before, like working now digitally, we can like manage to produce this because we couldn't do it if we were doing this manually. I mean, in a real paint. Okay, so I hope I answered the question. If anyone else can ask something, now this is the time to do it.
I have one more question about the sand animation. So I think it's like I didn't get it. I mean, you paint like you normally paint on the sand, but the thing is like I suppose the sand can fly away. I mean, if you do something like any movement, I mean, the sand is very like I don't know, like it's a very strange material to work with. I mean, like how can you control when you paint it?
Yeah, it's like no, I'm not. I haven't done anything with the sand animation, so I cannot say I can provide you some like great insight to this technique. But what I know is like for sure you cannot have any wind, yes, in the studio. So you have to lock your windows, and so every movement, like every blow of air can destroy it, of course. But well. You should have like specific tools, like for example, you just place let's say drops of let's say a pine or of the sand on the glass, and then you can move it a bit with your hand and with your fingers and other tools to somehow shape it in a way you want. But also this what you asked about the blowing and everything else, it also can be used artistic, like creatively, the specifics of sand, because sometimes, maybe not in this example, this film that I show you, but in other films it was utilized in this way, that for example the artists was blowing softly on the sand, and the sand was slowly, like, it was done frame by frame, so it was like a little, blow, and then a frame was captured, and then another blow, and another frame was captured. So it was creating kind of a the image kind of was kind of fade away in this manner of wind taking the sand. It's kind of also kind of if it is done well, it looks very interesting, very good. And so every technique that you have, you supposed to like fulfill the whole potential of this technique. Yes. So if you just don't want it, you don't have any specific need for this kind of medium, then you're supposed to probably use different technique. But if you have a specific idea for using it, for example, like the one image is go like transforms to another, yes, it's very easy, and it's very like pleasing to watch in a sand technique, this kind of transitions, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I cannot hear anything. Okay, so I guess it is like 11, so it's a normal time for finishing this short overview of the techniques. And for the people, so thank you for your attention. And for the people who are in the group of animation, now we are supposed to like disconnect, and then I think in 15 minutes we get back again. Yes, so now I will disconnect, and then in 11:15, 11:15, we can reconnect, and then I will give you a tutorial in After Effects. Yes, so this is only for the group. So thank you. We stop here and see you.
Tak jest. To był właśnie Tomasz Siwiński.
That was Tomasz Siwiński and his short lecture. We have some time until Sławomir Idziak's lecture, 25 minutes as far as I can see. So I'll show you a movie, a film edited from the second day of our workshop, and I'll see you at 11:30.
Cześć, witamy serdecznie. Jesteśmy już online ponownie. Za chwilę zaczynamy wykład ze Sławkiem. Prosiłbym Cię, żebyś zapukał do Sławka, że zaraz będziemy wchodzić z nim online.
Dzień dobry. To okropne, że Was nie widzę, tylko siebie akurat na ekranie. To głupkowaty sposób prowadzenia wykładów, no ale takie czasy nastąpiły. Chciałbym Ci wytłumaczyć, dlaczego co roku powtarzamy temat, który wydawał się już wyeksploatowany, bo mamy co roku sympozjum dotyczące produkcji. Ale doszedłem do wniosku, że ten rok jest szczególny, że jest pewna szansa, że z pewną informacją dotrzemy do Was i być może
that will get with certain information to wider group of people.
To naprawdę jestem o tym święcie przekonany. Jest systemem dobrym. Ja przygotowałem prezentację, teraz się przełączam tą prezentację.
So I have a presentation here to which I will turn right now.
Będziecie oglądać prezentację, teraz się będę
When you will be looking at my presentation, I'll be talking to you.
Okay.
All right. I hope that we can hear each other and that you can hear me. And as we promised, the main topic of this meeting will be risk control. It is something that doesn't function very well in a film, but the risk control is tied very closely to production methods and to the tools that you have seen in a while, the tools that we know very well for many years already. I wanted to show you how, without undergoing a huge revolution, we can change the habits of making films and and abate the risk. We have to remember that when we transferred from analog cinematography to digital cinematography, we had a technological revolution, but there was no revolution in terms of organization. We're still standing with one leg in the old system, and all the old habits and all the old vices burden the film production. I will come back to a very old motto that new ideas are born on the death of the old. That the situation we have right now, the period which is very difficult, is a great tragedy for the world and a big problem for all of us. But paradoxically, and it's good to remember that, it is also an opportunity for the world. During my inauguration address, I showed you a queue in New York 90 years ago, people waiting to get free soup. At the same time, when I told you that on the grounds of the tragedy of all those people, that was the golden age of Hollywood. The cinemas, people were flocking to the cinemas, as on this picture you see here. You could say that the history repeats itself, that we are right now dealing with companies and businesses which are crumbling down. The whole sectors of economy are crumbling down. As we have a great opportunity, and especially some areas of AV industry is developing very well. Those 90 years show us the great potential for repeatability, and I decided to go back to this topic. This is the moment when it's worth to start from the outset and to change and to think how to work in a cheaper, safer, less risky way. This picture I show you, you saw it already several times, but this is a very meaningful picture for me. I'm talking about something that is really scary in our civilization. This following the flock, you know. You could also imagine that in this queue or this queue, those people who are climbing Mount Everest, or just rather standing in the queue to Mount Everest, to boast in front of the families, looking at those thousands of dollars. Everybody will get not everybody will get there. Many of them die on the way, especially when the weather breaks down. I called this picture the short life of the filmmaker, birth, life, and death. And those 3 stations start from film school, where the new filmmaker gets born. Then he's waiting, or they're waiting, and it's usually the most interesting part of their life, because it takes several years usually, and at the end they make a film. Quite often it ends the career of a young filmmaker. It's very quickly, and we can talk about it for ages. Film schools teach us the skills of yesterday. They do not have any idea how to change this. I also lecture in many film schools from time to time, and I know perfectly well that no education is able to follow and to catch up with the technological change. The whole idea of Film Spring was born based on the fact that it's very difficult to get good professionals, because they're so busy that because it's their time, they get much bigger money, much bigger artistic satisfaction than teaching in schools. The only ones who can teach at such they can also only show you things in courses like FSO, but the schools are teaching you the skills of yesterday, but they also have a very basic vice. The works of students are quite often assessed by a different generation of lecturers, and they get bad marks, as if schools forgot that the specifics of making films is that for young people is the only time in their lives when they can experiment. Because later, every experiment is a death sentence. If your film is bad, this is the end of your career. The schools should understand that and give them a chance, not assess, not give them marks, not whine. They should give such a young filmmaker the chance to experiment and give them a chance to answer the question who I am and what I want to do. And to find themselves. Then the second chapter of the story, the waiting room. The waiting room is quite often devastating, as you probably know. From inception to the realization of a film, it usually takes years. This is absolutely a devastating time for a filmmaker. A young person with this idea, which was in him for too long, does not have any emotions tied when he gets to the filming set. This is not the love at first sight anymore. This is not his wife. It's not a lover. He wants to spend their life with. It's like an old wife with whom they're on the brink of divorce. And the third, a very dramatic chapter, is the making of the first film, which for those 2 reasons before ends in tragedy. And it's worth to note the fact that the paradox. But you have to remember about that we are looking at the lives of the greatest directors, and they all, apart from the hugely fantastic films, they made some crap films too. The only difference is that for the majority of them, the first film was very good. If they make 2 good films and the third film is really bad, then it's much easier to come back to the scene. But for a young person whose first film is bad, this is usually the end of the road. Just for a joke, I put in this image from the filming set of Harry Potter, because this is exactly what usually blinds us. The whole world, we're looking across the ocean at the big film productions, and we're trying to copy what we see there. We're using computer software which is not created with us in mind. We decided to sort of dissect this because we came to the conclusion that it's worth to think, what should we do not to waste our money, and to find a method to protect a young person so that less of their lifetimes ended in tragedy. And I noticed a thing which is really striking. The modern industry is based on 3 basic rules: risk management, agile manufacturing, and lean manufacturing. Without any doubt now, it also has to be green. I presented this during my inauguration lecture, but this is what lean production looks like in our industry. You have the same specialists in different departments. Those are many different departments. This all tells us that without any problem, you can sort of merge. You can put different groups in the babushka that you can see in the picture and make it leaner. But in the United States, the trade union do not allow to do that. The electrician cannot put a foil on the lamp, because this has to be done by gaffer. So this is senseless. Also, the number of cars, the number of vehicles, and wasting, polluting the environment. One film in Europe uses as much CO2 as a small village, 10 houses over the year. So it's worth to think about that, what to do with it, because this is our world. If we do not change ourselves, we will change the planet in such a way that it won't be inhabitable anymore. The pictures that I'm using here, it's quite funny. These are the pictures of my mother, who was a photographer. And I thought that it would be nice to show you those pictures, because this is the same topic presented 40 years ago, but this world didn't change at all over those 40 years. It's quite the opposite. And what's the solution? One of the basic solutions is to change the basic rule, that is the model or the organizational model of cinematography. I showed you this picture also during the inauguration lecture, but I wanted to talk a bit more about that. I told you that the rule is pretty simple. When we have 4 musicians meeting up, they do not have any problem to sit together and play music. But if we have 4 filmmakers, they start to quarrel, they start to argue who should be the leader, who will be in charge. I remember not that long time ago, 20 years ago, when the people said you cannot change a director in one TV series because the change of style will be noticeable. And this director-based model, quite often pretty important, of course, because some films require a certain specific original approach. But in general, it is used as the general rule in Europe, quite often destroys films, because we have plenty of films for no audience, films which were supposed to be good, but they were destroyed in the process of making. Once we start to work in a group, we start to protect ourselves as a team. Like the musical band, like Rolling Stones. where you do not really need a conductor. Maybe we should also think how the film is already functioning in the world. Whether we have plenty of family businesses, for example, or just like the Cohen brothers, the Garden brothers. But also in Poland we have a very good example. Małgorzata Szumowska does films signing them with her name, even though recently she changed that. But we all know that it's the whole creative group which has artistic connections in different places and they work together. So I think that the strength of Małgorzata Szumowska is the teamwork, is the common work. Remember this picture, because I think that if you analyze how often this failure in the waiting room is caused by the director being overburdened with obligations because he has to be a scriptwriter from time to time. So quite often it's much faster for the director to debut if the director is a scriptwriter too, but they're not only the scriptwriter come director, he's a manager. It has to be a person who has to convince producers, because there are so plenty of those young sweaty directors to be, or wannabe directors, who are looking for producers. There's like throngs of them. So that would be enough to change this model to a small team model, like not one person responsible for everything, but small team model, especially if we're doing some dramas, for example, more close-knit dramas or art house films. Why doesn't it happen? Hey, I have an example when there's a small team. We can imagine that you can prepare a film in 5-6 people's team. You know, during the pandemics, the large number of people is dangerous for us. And right now, the limitation of the people is very important. Why doesn't it happen? Because we have a very strong opponent. Nobody wants a change. Nobody wants a change. Our enemy and our opposition is very, very strong and powerful. There's no monopoly like in film industry. The 90% of the money of the world market goes across the Atlantic Ocean. There's nothing like this in other branches of industry. That's why it's so difficult to change anything, because monopoly calls the rules. Of course, you don't do art house cinemas in the United States. There are some created there, created by people who are producers themselves. I don't think that this is a model which is better in any way, but commercially they're stronger than anyone, and they earn huge money. And we do not have that money in Europe. Our adventure with thinking about new production, we started from a very simple experiment. Quite a long time ago, we invited 2 films to the Film Spring Open workshops. One of them, with huge awards by Tomek Wasilewski, In the Bedroom, and the other one, Love by Fabicki. And the difference between those 2 films, they're very similar in terms of potential budgets, in terms of the viewing quality. But the budget of one of them was 100,000 zlotys by Wasilewski's film. That was what he told us, because we invited him to Film Spring Open workshops to talk about this. He said that this is what his film costed. Of course, it's undervalued, but even if he underpaid his team, or instead of 10 filming days he had 12 or 13, then still the difference between 100,000 and 3.5 million is huge. Of course, Fabicki's film was created in a traditional way, in a traditional system. So now this is a question you always have to ask yourselves: why there is such a big gap? Why in this way this money is going to waste? Because they are going to waste. And when we started to ask this question, we started to analyze it from different angles and then build tools. I will be talking about this a bit later. The first thing that we've noticed is that in film production, I'm starting a bit from the end, from the artist. The artistic quality risk control. The whole decision about financing is made from the wrong side. But we know very well that good scripts sometimes can make really bad movies, and sometimes average scripts can make really good movies. This is a thing I will tackle a bit later, but that would allow to save many artists if we successfully managed to introduce something that would allow them to control something like this. The second thing, which is also quite funny, because the new economic production model, we invited Mia Bass a few years ago, who created a company called Microwave. This company produced successfly feature films with the budgets up to 150,000 pounds. This is like nothing for feature films. Well, it would be long to talk about it, but one of the basic rules, her rules, was that everybody worked for the same money, and the system of royalties was changed. They had like an agreement with BBC, and everybody who worked, if the film was successful, everybody got royalties. When she came to us, she told us that she produced 7 films, out of which 6 were a success. So, you know, it's not about the price. It's because it was a very interesting model, because it showed that it's not about huge money. It's about not wasting money. When we're getting to our turf, it's like we try to make low budget money, not changing the system at all, because the waste is still there. We're trying to put down the wages. And we can really use some very concrete examples already how this can be improved. And the thing that is most threatening to us right now is that we're healthy and COVID-free at work. This is not funny at all. Because getting infected on the set can be fatal. And it's worth to remember the rule that if we are talking about modern industry, especially in IT industry, this is the commandment number 1. Risk control costs money, but lack of risk control quite often is much more costly. And now this is in these times, this is extremely important. We reacted immediately to the appearance of pandemic, so we installed in Cinebus the machines that refresh and sanitize the air. We have the UV radiation, which kills the germs in the air. It's safe for the people. This equipment, you can see, is safe for the people. We got a certificate for safe air replacement. So in the Cinebus, we create that's a UV lamp, for example, which also is used can be used when people are around. So it helps us. They help us kill all the viruses and bacteria on all the surfaces. We have to think about it very intensively. I wrote an essay about that, which was published in the Polish Filmmakers Association, and I'm still thinking that many of the elements I put in there in this essay could be used. But coming back to the more interesting element now is the artistic risk. As I've mentioned already, is quite often related to the fact that you can have a great scenario, but it was like a bubble, it just burst. Do you have a remedy to that? When our system was being built, when Hollywood was having its golden age, around the Second World War, this film industry created a certain model that is being used also today. All the financing is based on the script writer and on the script, and the director with his overthought script gets to the set and does something wrong with it. And now a question which is worth posing: is there any protection from that? Can we find a method to protect ourselves from this burnout? Yes, of course. If we think about all those great American blockbusters, over 100 million budgets, 100% of them are being prevised. Of course, they're a bit different, and this is not something I wanted to convince you to do. I rather would like to convince you to do an actor's previs, so that we do a certain sketch of our potential film, of our future film. And quite often I can hear an internal resistance of young creators, because they're very much afraid that making the sort of a rough copy of their future film, they undergo another type of control. Somebody came up with another barrier to prevent them from getting on the market. This is not what I think. This should be an internal document. We don't do it for anybody from the outside. It's a document between the producer, composer, and the director and the DOP. Each one of them should offer something, test something, understand something. I remember there was a screenwriter's focus. It was supposed like a great comedy, and the directors were supposed to do two or three shots, and the author of the script saw them doing 3 or 4 very long, very boring shots. Of course, in a comedy, getting the directing, the laugh in the audience is a certain engineering mode, is a certain engineering trick. Usually comedies are shot in very short shots, because it's easier to construct this resonance which brings the audience to laughter. Those 2-3 shots already were a proof. Well, the comedy was not bad, but those 2-3 shots proved that they didn't have any idea how to show this. This is related to the career. This is a previous. It's a storyboard made by Ridley Scott here. I think his career is based on the fact that he graduated from an arts academy, and he's a great drawer. And every shot, every frame starts from drawing. He's the type of a director who sees things, and he has to draw it, which is a great document for everybody, especially for such complicated films like Black Hawk Down. Now, coming back to what I'm trying to convince you to do the previses, please remember that one of the basic vices of young directors is the lack of time control. They have a feeling that they're working as a writer, like a writer. When a writer starts to write a book, he doesn't know how long it's going to take him to write it. It's not like this in a film. We have to really squeeze ourselves into the 2-hour window, for example. It's one of the examples when the previs can be very helpful because we're setting the distance, we're setting the consciousness of time, which is related to the engineering of filmmaking. Being an artist is extremely important, but on the other hand, in our profession, we have plenty of elements which require structure, and we have to master all this structure, and we have to manage all this. And we have a given time to do certain things, and we have to squeeze ourselves to fit into this time. You're building the character, building the whole structure. To a large extent, this previs will secure young filmmakers from making plenty of mistakes. A sort of a mock-up of music, for example, could also be very helpful here. When I'm talking about previs, I would like to give you an example which is quite dramatic, but I repeat that every year. It's worth remembering. This is my picture with Krzysztof Kieślowski and Viola, the assistant of Krzysztof Kieślowski. The tragedy is that he died very young. Why this is relevant? He didn't die because he had a bad health. He was conscious that when we're making a film, we're creating a work of art, and every work of art has its own life. So there is a certain score to follow, like a musical score inscribed in a script, but it does not necessarily has to be realized one-to-one. And the pleasure of working with Krzysztof Kieślowski was that his films always at the end, to more or lesser extent, were different from the script, even in terms of genre. The film which I was working with him on, which was a psychological drama, became a sort of an operatic musical film. And this process took part on the set. But in order to do that, every day on the set, after 9 to 12 hours of work, when we were going to the hotel to take some rest, Krzysztof got on a taxi and he went to the editing room. And he spent 2-3 hours every night in the editing room to edit scenes, to bring them together, and during the preparation of the film, to make the screening for us and to think where are we going. And always after such a screening, he introduced changes. Currently, there's no need to sacrifice yourself so much. Right now, we can produce in a different way. Without any problem, we can do editing on the set. We have such tools that allow us to do that. Once again, we could talk on end about that, but an important element is what it always astonishes me, because I don't really understand why people work on one camera, with one camera. Using 2 or 3 cameras makes your work much faster and gives you more possibilities of filming, but it also gives the director more coverage, more possibilities. Additionally, which we try to convince you to do, and that's how Cinebus was developed, is to do the majority or all the post-production to make it in parallel with the actual production. The Cinebus is linked to the fast LAN network, and you can do everything in real time. You can enter some basic CGI, etc. There is no conflict because there is special software for that. DaVinci 16 allows us to do that in parallel without any conflict. So at the moment when somebody's coloring and the editor is editing and they're working on different scene, the software sort of gets that all in order and gets everything working. So we do have tools to change as much as possible, and at the same time to control what is being developed, not to watch through the material. Quite often when I'm at the screening of young directors' screenings and I hear somebody praising some scene, and then I remember that in making of Black Hawk Down, there's a moment where Ridley Scott shows the scene of execution to the journalist, and the journalist says, "Why didn't you do that scene in the film?" And Ridley Scott said, "This is not what this film is about." So the distance that great artists have quite often, that quite understandably young people, fresh filmmakers do not have, leads us astray. Making post-production on the go during the production of the film allows us to control and to see combined scenes. So we do not see them detached from one another, but we can see them combined with other scenes. That we can see bigger chunks, and we can see the evolving real shape of the film, and not the shape that we have in our heads or in the script. Coming back to Natalia, she came here in 2015 not only because not that she was my great friend or she sent a video this year, not just because we're friends. We convinced the Israeli production house to change the method of production. I've worked a lot. I worked with her, and we came to a situation which never happened with the beginning directors, because we organized the filming in such a way that the last shooting day was actually free, because we didn't have anything else to shoot. Everything was done in advance. So we quite often forget that the filming set is the big test. The way how we build it decides what film will be finally made. I made a film with I made a film with a big Icelandic star. It was her filming debut. There were like plenty of great celebrities there, and the first assistant prepared it in such a way that there was plenty of time to make the second grade scene and very little time to make the first grade scenes. That was yeah, this was of course on purpose, because in the main theme the actors were paid much more money, but this destroyed the whole film. She didn't have time to distance herself from the situation and prepare herself for playing, and the film was totally spoiled. And because she was playing in the theater and opera, she did not understand the role that she was given. So the new production model can be analyzed at the simplest levels and on the simplest items. Every film is driving to the set, unloading, loading, and departing. Every day, this process takes altogether an hour of time at least. Every division, every department, yes. Thinking by departments is a horrible mindset, but this is the legacy of the American cinema. They fight with each other to get the better parking place, and during the packing and unpacking we can see a total chaos. We've got the same tools in every car. Like the gaffer has like a ladder, but the electrician needs his own ladder, and all those trucks and all those cars, they have plenty of equipment. The assistant director will not allow to use his van for something else. So our ambition is to have our own truck with production for everything that we need to do the film. As you can see, in Cinebus, everything is can be packed very neatly. We do have a trailer here. You can see here that there's plenty of elements you can keep on the roof, and when we're getting on the filming set, we can set up a big tent, 7 by 10, where you can build decorations or additional office space or additional storage space. We can, of course, use we have special drawers, we've got a lift for unloading equipment, and we built a whole series of trolleys and trailers. All the tables are foldable, so we have plenty of loading space, etc., etc. And we spend a lot of time thinking about the logistics of packing. So in order to shorten this element, this part of logistics as much as possible, to save a bit of time every day. Even if we manage to save 15-20 minutes every day, at the end, in total, you get 1 additional shooting day. Working on the film set. Why aren't we? When 3 years I was preparing this presentation, everything was based on cables and transferring cables from from memory cards to other memory cards. And now you don't need that. You can transfer high quality image. That's why we have an optic fiber network which allows us to send it over. The bus goes to individual locations and gets back to the tent to do the screening, because you can set up a screen there. So we're not looking at the pre-edited material on the screen, on small screens, but we watch it on the big screen. This is what the tent looks like, and so the bus docks to the tent and immediately is able to show what is being on the it can present everything on the screen. So this year we also prepared a virtual studio. We're still working on it. So virtual studio can be also very costly, and you can use it for to virtualize certain elements, like driving a car on a highway, especially if you want to show some sort of a horrid accidents. You can do it much safer. You have plenty of such equipment in the world based on LED screens, and the big and costly ones. And we did it we made it based on a standard projector and standard projection screen. So again, we've managed to save costs. You can do it still with the same Cinebus that we use for everything else. And we have a social space here and editing space. So we assume that you have to do as much as post-production as possible during the production, including the sound engineering. The sound person is also cannot, of course, do all the sound on the film, especially, but he can make, or they can make, a lot of sound on the set, especially when sound plays an important role, like in musical film, for example. You have to remember that currently, when producing films, sound is extremely important. Why? Because quite often the interesting effects we record on the set, nobody has time to sort of browse them during the post-production. So everybody takes sounds from the stock. So whatever, even if we record the sirens, the cars, etc., you have always the same sounds which are taken from the stocks, and you can hear that. And if you follow such films made with great care, for example, Blue by Kieślowski, every of those elements, of the sound elements, were phenomenally prepared, and it was made on the set. One of the elements that we forget about when preparing when preparing money for films for little money. Of course, nothing is easy. But we have to remember that it's easier to produce them than to sell them. The budget in American films is divided into the budget for the production and the much bigger chunk for the promotion. There is even a motto that every dollar put in the production is a lost dollar, and every dollar put in promotion is the dollar of gain. Is a gained dollar. So one of the opportunities that we have to promote the film is the filming, the time of filming, the time on the set. We have actors in place, we can make an interview, and we can nurture your audience. If you want to have people who will watch that, it's good to nurture them. And it's also good to create a dedicated website and do something which is absolutely natural. This is what you're watching now, because what you're doing right, what we are doing right now is streaming. Is a TV streaming, because we're streaming the image from my own room. We have an independent network, LAN network in our TV network in our Cinebus, and we created a software, an app, which allows you to send information, to send data from smartphones to the bus, and then you just stream it to dedicated pages. So promotion, you think about promotion is extremely important, even if we're promoting only locally. Even if it's on the top of our bus, we have a sort of a stage where you can do some social events, you can make a concert, something which is also very interesting. Right now, the laser screens are so strong, this is not a Photoshop. This is a standard normal day, a cloudy one, but we can see a very good image on the screen, even during daytime. A LED screen of this size would be 3/4 of a million. And all this undertaking but I mean, what we get here is much cheaper. Much cheaper than the LED screen, and nobody will steal that. So that is also very important. You have to think about that, especially now during the COVID times. You have to think about this potential of promotion. If we start to think about promotion when we make the films, if we're lucky to get on, we can get to some festival, for example. But sometimes it's like a bottleneck. Then unfortunately, without the festival, it would be very difficult to sell it and to find a distributor. We've built this bus over few years. I won't be delving too deep into that, but as you can see, this is a project which is very important for us. Different models, different goals, different assumptions. It was based on the sort of an averaged methods of working that I collected working around the world, but I also talked with different heads of department. So all this bus is built based on many experiences. It has air conditioning, heating, its own LAN network, its own power generation, and right now we're also working on the greening our production, and we'll hold a panel on the green energy production. So we want our bus to be self-sufficient in terms of solar energy. We'll put special solar panels on the top and the sides of the bus. So we might not get to 100% of our power demand, but that would grow. A big chunk of this energy will be generated from the sun. A few more pictures. This is what it looks like from the top. You can see the proportions of the bus and the tent. And of course, doing anything, you always have to remember that remember Memento Mori. We're improving and improving our bus, but this is how every initiative, how every technology ends. And just because we're able to do that, we owe it to many partners and many friends. And the description you can find on our website. It's printed, it's an essay in the form of a book, both in English and in Polish, how to make films cheaper and better. But on our website, you also find a link to the online version of this essay. And this all was made thanks to many friends. Neil Corbould, an Oscar-winning special effects specialist and a mentor of our workshops. Gladiator, Gravity, Juliette Binoche was our guest. She visited Cinebus, and Natalie Portman, who loves this project, and when she will be doing her next film, this bus will have its place on her filming set. And without the sponsors and us all and all your ideas that you supplemented us with, that would not work. And we would like to thank everybody who made this project possible. This is all I was to tell you. I hope I didn't bore you to death. The workshops are being continued. Tomorrow we'll be talking about film professions, how we could modify them, and how we see it, the green production, etc. So I'll invite you to 2 more meetings. I'm leading this part of the group, and then the group will be moderated by a young producer, Robert Lasowski. Thank you very much, and take care. Thank you that you are here with us.
To jest małe studio filmowe, ekonomiczne. Chodzi o to, żeby dać młodym ludziom szansę na to, żeby taniej produkowali film. Jesteśmy w Görlitz, gdzie przez ostatnie 2 tygodnie studenci Szkoły Filmowej w Berlinie i Łódzkiej Szkoły Filmowej realizowali swoje etiudy właśnie za pomocą Cinebusa, który stoi za moimi plecami. Cinebus powstaje dzięki wielu partnerom. Mamy szczęście, że spotkaliśmy się z ludźmi, którzy pokochali tą ideę. Gościem naszym była Natalie Portman, wielka gwiazda hollywoodzka.
The Cinebus is amazing. It's an incredible tool to use for young filmmakers.
Cinebus to jest pojazd do produkowania filmów, a na planie on służy zarówno do podglądu reżyserskiego, równoległego montażu.
Taki cinebus dla aktora jest po prostu rzeczą totalnie fantastyczną.
Chodzi o to, żeby film zmontować w cinebusie, udźwiękowić, żeby zrobić podstawowe efekty wizualne. Kolor korekcja ma być też miejscem, gdzie można zrobić realizację aktora. A jednocześnie jest w namiocie sala wykładowo-projekcyjna, która pozwala na wyświetlenie już skończonych prac, czy to po planie zobaczyć zmontowaną scenę, czy już w okresie postprodukcyjnym oglądać różne wersje montażowe filmu.
Cześć kochani, witamy ponownie.
Hi everyone, welcome you back to our virtual studio. I would like to just tell you that we've finished with Sławek's lecture, and we're waiting for the next lecture, which will be at 2, which you will by Peter Esseni at 2. He'll talk to us about Cinema 4D, about his animations, among others about Ghost in the Shell. So I hope you'll stay with us. We'll hold a short break right now. We have 12. Sorry, it's It's 12:30, so stay tuned, and I'll see you at 2 p.m.
Raz. 1, 2. Dzień dobry kochani, mam nadzieję, że znowu nas widać i słychać. Zaraz połączymy się generalnie z Peterem Esejem. Jest kilka tylko rzeczy technicznych, o których chcemy porozmawiać. Jak zapewne zauważyliście, wykład będzie po angielsku, więc dostaniecie polskie tłumaczenie na kanale polskim. Na angielskim kanale będzie oryginalny dźwięk audio. Here for the English speakers, our guests from abroad, quick information, everything is fine. On this channel, there will be no, on your English channel, there will be no translation because it is in English, and our lecturer Janek will translate the to Polish on the Polish channel, so everything is fine. You won't hear Janek on English channel, and for people on Poland there will be Polish translation, so if you want original version, go to English channel. Wracając do polskiego, tak jak mówię, tak jak znacie, mamy dwa czaty, polski i angielski, widzę co się dzieje. Ja puszczę wam krótko jeszcze, że tak powiem, nasze intro i krótką reklamę HP, naszego sponsora, a później bezpośrednio połączymy się z Peterem Esejem, który czeka już na nas i jest gotowy, żeby dać wam kilka fajnych informacji. To tyle, jeżeli chodzi o mnie i widzimy się niedługo.
This is not a tree. It's every milestone and misstep that's led you here. Your time to branch out beyond 2 dimensions and leap into 3D with the computing power of Z. It's one breakthrough that unlocks 1,000 more. This is not a tree. It's the next era of your creativity. Z by HP.
Hi. Very nice to meet you, everybody. If you are sort of like watching this, I hope everyone is all right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about a few mostly film-related projects that I had been part of in the last couple of years. And how I used cinema 4D with my colleagues and on the projects that I've been involved with. So it's not going to be sort of like a technical kind of like tutorial or anything like that. It's going to be more kind of like just a drive through what could be done within that software and how in general I approach these kind of projects. So I think I sent over my show reel before we start, which would be absolutely fantastic if you could watch that right now, because that's going to give you an idea about what I usually do. So Bear, if you have the show reel somewhere, can you play it? If it doesn't work, then I can sort of like display it right here. Cool. So I don't know whether it works or not, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the reel played here, and let's see how that works. So bear with me for a second. I'll share my screen. There's going to be a lot of faffing around because it's not an easy task to manage a few screens and some sort of online conversation about stuff. But I try to do my best. And if there is any questions or any thoughts, just feel free to drop it in the chat, and I'll try to do my best to answer. So let me share this with you. Hopefully it's being shared. So let me just play this reel. I think. Okay, cool. So that's my show reel, and essentially, hopefully, it gives you an idea about what I do. So a few words about myself before we get into the deep water. I was born in Budapest, in Hungary. I wanted to say it in Polish, but I did not want to sort of like embarrass myself. And as a kid, I was always interested in drawing and painting and all sorts of stuff like that. And I was watching films, reading books. One of my favorite books was the Tales of Pilot Perks from Stanislav Lem. And I was always fascinated by that. And I don't know whether you had a chance to watch it at any point. There's a very old school Hungarian TV series based on one of the Pirks or a couple of Pirks stories, and I think that was one of the early things that made me excited about visual effects and television, because that was in the 70s. They had very rude, sort of like rudimentary kind of like ideas about what to do, and they featured those sort of like teapots and flying whatever coffee makers as spaceships, and but it was still very interesting. It was still cool, and I think that's fundamentally what we try to do here. Try to do some technical and artistic stuff, but it all needs to sort of like help support the story, tell the director, tell the audience what the story that the director wants to tell. So let me share with you again my screen, and I have a sort of like a rough guideline presentation where I'm going to talk about a few films, and then we're going to go into a few details. There's going to be smaller films, bigger films, but in general, I just want to sort of like get you an idea about how Cinema 4D fits into this entire thing. Cool. Sharing the screen, and here we go. Share. Boom. So what we have here is, let me just play this presentation. Right. So these are a couple of films that I worked on. As you see, there's a few sci-fi films, a few less sci-fi films, and interestingly, a few comedies as well, like Zoolander and John English, and probably Spy, which was a very cool film, and that's the film I saw the most. I think on planes and and in late night TV channels, I always bump into it, and I just sort of like start to watch it. So that was one of the, well, it wasn't the first one, the first big film that I worked on, but definitely that was one of the interesting ones. Before we get into the details, one thing that you have to know is usually the way I work is I'm involved with TV and film productions either at the very beginning, so sort of like before the shooting starts. So I work with the art department, work with the concept department. Sometimes I help them realizing concepts and sort of like testing ideas and that kind of thing. And sometimes I work with companies. Like I used to work for this company called Territory in London, which is really well known for creating screen graphics for films. And I worked there for 7 years, and I left that in 2018 as a VFX supervisor. So that was one of the Territory projects that I've been involved with. But most of those projects were sort of like coming early on before the shoot starts. So I particularly think that's a good time to be involved with, because everyone is enthusiastic. There's a bit of money. There's less time pressure to a certain degree, and that's super creative to as much as it's possible, because everyone wants to see new ideas, new visual kind of like thoughts, and so on and so forth. So that's before the shooting starts. Then when I work on some of the films or in commercials, because sometimes I'm involved with those kind of things, I'm going on set. So that's not necessarily involved. I'm not necessarily involved with the art department in that case, but I need to make sure that everything that's done on set will help the company who's going to do the visual effects further down the line. So I help them guide, how to record certain things and what's good from a visual effects perspective. And then there's a third big part, which is the post-production process. Everyone finishes the shoot. It starts a bit earlier, but everyone finishes the shoot, wraps up. The director goes away, does an edit, and then the visual effects starts. And then, it's a very long process. It could be as long as a year or half a year for bigger feature films, depending on the size of the company that you work for. And it's very intense. So there's a lot of time pressure. And Ghost in the Shell, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, was a post-production process. So it was a visual effects process. I think Territory was asked to get on after the shoot sort of like finished. And what I was doing there, I was creating concepts, visual effects concepts to a certain point. And then after that, I was supervising actual visual effects production, where we did shots for the trailer and created assets that other companies use. So let's see how that looked. So these are a couple of images from the film, just to give you an idea what kind of work that was. I don't know how many of you know the film, but it's a not traditional, but a very well-known Japanese kind of like comic book, which evolved into an animated feature film and an animated TV series, and there's a lot of couple of versions of it, couple of series, and then they wanted to do this big Hollywood feature film. And as a designer, as someone with a design background, that's superbly interesting, because that's sort of like a really nice playing field. So I did a lot of concepts for holographic stuff, and I think the main ask was to create something that's future technology, but not holographic as in Star Wars or something like that. So I think we did hundreds of these versions, and with my colleagues at Territory, we developed a lot of ideas that went into the film, but some of them were discarded. If I can share my other screen, which I'm going to do right now. I can show you a few little things within Cinema 4D that gives you an idea how potentially that was used on Ghost in the Shell. So let me share this. I hope everybody's all right, and I hope you can still follow what I'm talking about. Let's do this. Cool. So that screen is shared, and I'm just going to very quickly show you one of the ways that we used Cinema 4D on that project, which was we needed to do a few shots for the trailer, and there was this big kind of like iconic sequence when the Major walks down on one of the main streets of Hong Kong, which was meant to be, I think, future Tokyo as well. And I think we needed to create that environment, put in new kind of like holographic assets and all sorts of stuff like that. So what we do first is we did a camera track. And when we tracked that shot, we sort of like started to set up these kind of little bits and bobs that represent the things that we need to take care of. So I don't know whether that makes any sense. Just bear with me for a sec. So this is how the shot was. So we needed to put in like holographic fish, holographic crosswalks, all sorts of shop signs. That's some sort of giant kind of like fish ad that I had to do at one point. And all these, of course, are animated and rendered and all sorts of stuff like that. But what was really interesting is we tried to do this in a very modular way. So there were my colleagues, some of the colleagues who were developing assets. So let's say you are tasked with developing this holographic fish, and you have a scene, you set it up, you have these lovely animals, you rig them. I think we did that with the Cinema 4D built-in auto rig that has kind of like a fish preset. And because we never wanted to get sort of like 100% accurate, and a slight kind of like hyper-realistic touch was always welcome. So, you know, it needed to look like advertising. It needed to look a little bit more than just some fish that swims there. So what we did is we animated those and we baked those out as Alembic files at one point. But before that, we used the sort of like the XREF system. So someone was working on the asset and someone was assembling the scene, and then we managed to sort of like pull them in at the right time. And if we needed to send something to the client at the end of the day, we could use the latest version and we just rendered it. So as you see, I mean, like, you know, it would be a pretty heavy scene if everything would live here natively. But, you know, with Alembic files and file caches, that's really kind of like ideal. And I think, you know, you can move around the viewport pretty fast. And this is, mind you, this is an older version of Cinema 4D, and I think in the newer versions it's even faster and looks much better. So yeah, that's quite a fun bit. You know, we had this hippo that had wings that was attached to a taxi. So that's one way of doing this kind of stuff. But this is more like a traditional visual effects tool. And one thing that you have to know about visual effects is it's always collaborative. You always have to sort of like work within a pipeline. And on a major feature film, you work with other companies. You work with giant companies like MPC and DNEG and Frame Stores and these kind of companies, and they have their own pipeline. And it was always a kind of like, I wouldn't say fight, but there was always a bit of back and forth about how the pipeline that we use, which Cinema 4D is a major part of, could fit into this kind of ecosystem. And that's why it's superbly important that these kind of output tools like Alembic and just baking everything into a cache and giving it to someone, and they can reuse shaders and that kind of stuff is very, very important. So if you want to work collaboratively, always keep an eye on these kind of stuff, because that's how you're going to work. You can't really work alone unless you are super lucky and you have a studio that uses exclusively Cinema 4D and you are the only vendor on a project. So let me show you a few other things on Ghost in the Shell. These are going to be very sort of like top level ideas. I did not really want to get into the nitty-gritty details, partially because that's people don't really want to show everything, because that sometimes there are so many tools developed for a show that without those tools it doesn't even make sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a few more nice images before we get into Cinema 4D again. So let me share my screen again. By the way, I have 3 screens at the moment, so there's a bit of juggling going on, but hopefully everything makes sense. So this image that you see here is something that I really, really like. I did a lot of these holographic experiments for that film, and the way it worked, we got the scans from the production of the actors or the actor in question, and then I just sort of like sat down with Cinema 4D, and I just started to throw shaders at it, all sorts of crazy shaders, noises, kind of tiles. I was distorting things. I was bringing in some grunge textures and all sorts of things like that. And then I used these as render passes. So I saw something that was interesting. I rendered it out as a pass, generated particles from it with X particles that I use all of the time. And then when I had like, I don't know, 50, 60 layers of mostly nonsense, I just brought it into After Effects and I just layered it up and started to play with those kind of things. So quite a lot of that kind of stuff is happy accidents. It's not necessarily, I think everyone sort of like sells this idea that you just sit down and you just draw something that's really cool, or you make something in a software that's really cool. I think quite a lot of it is experimentation. And I think that's one of the things which I particularly like in Cinema 4D, that it allows you to experiment without constraining you too much to the technical details. So I use Unreal these days quite a lot. And if something is technical, that's quite technical. You need to name everything uniquely. And Cinema 4D is much more forgiving. If you have 5 Cube 52s in your scene, no one cares about it, because internally it knows what it's dealing with. But you as an artist don't necessarily have to worry about that, which is a good thing and a bad thing, because when it comes to like film production, everyone needs to be properly sort of like followed through. So what you see here, that was one of the assets that we created, or I created for the show. I think after the initial kind of like look development, holographic development stuff, we moved on to asset production. So artists were creating these kind of like strange holographic low poly things. We created hundreds of them, all sorts of street furniture, street signs, whatever. And we very crudely animated these. So there was a bone here, a bone there, and it was just moving hands like this. This is one of the holographic concepts that I did early on, which I particularly like. Again, this was experimentation. A lot of it is particles or particle driven. But again, that's layers upon layers of stuff. Another variation of that, again, experimental, nothing really sort of like it's good, because if you have the time to do that, that's always giving you very, very nice results. And this was the Holo conference room, which again, we got a few assets from the production, but essentially we needed to create a version of something that was in the original anime. So if I share my other screen, is everybody all right? Are you still with me? I think, one of the nightmares is you are doing this and nobody listens, and you sit in your room talking for an hour and a half, and it's just you. I hope it's not the case. Cool. So let me share this other screen. Done. So this is this was that holographic kind of like room, and I think, why can't I move the camera? Yeah, so these are sort of like very low poly kind of like photogrammetry assets we got from the production. And I even sort of like reduced them in polygon count, so they're quite minimal. And you see an example of how textures were added to these kind of stuff. So that's one pass, right? And or I can use this as a base for texture or particle emission. So if I chuck in, this is always very dangerous that you want to do something live, but hey, we like to live dangerously. So let's see, I have an emitter, right? And I want to emit from that texture. So I just grab this Yakuza chap here, chuck it in there. So if I turn this off for now, you can see that particles are going to be emitted, but that's not what we want. So just use the speed, and this potentially could be a render pass. So I render this, and then I might use it, I might not use it, or I can use the edges, right? You're not gonna really see that because there's not enough particles, but I'm emitting it from the edges. It's a little bit more regular. It constrains to the mesh, right? But what I did a lot was using the texture. So I just add this bad boy here, and in theory, it emits from those sort of like brighter spots, I think. It's not really visible because that's not a texture that's super interesting, but I very quickly generated like 3 things that I can use in my exploratory work. So I think one of the reasons why I wanted to sort of like show you this is just to give you an idea that it's not necessarily superbly complicated. It's quite simple, to be honest, in a lot of cases. But that's the beauty of it. So I think you just have to embrace simple things, and you have to experiment. So let me go back to the other screen now. All right. So that was that kind of stuff for Ghost in the Shell. There was a lot of kind of like development holographic stuff, which was this. I think this is a video, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So this is some kind of like development stuff behind the scenes, kind of like look of some of the assets that I did. Some of the breakdowns. And I think it shows you the idea that it doesn't necessarily have to be superbly complicated. What's very, very important, and I think that's a general kind of like thing, let me just move on with this, as a general kind of thing, is if you're an artist working in films and that kind of stuff, one piece of advice that I would give you is to learn everything about how film works. With regards to the technical stuff, so how cameras work, how lenses work, how lighting works in film, and narratively, how directors work, how script writers work, what makes a film a good film, how editors work. And if you learn that kind of stuff and you incorporate that into your kind of like work, that makes everything much, much better because you are working in the same kind of environment. So this is the scene that I mentioned earlier. You see all these kind of like assets floating in the air, and these little tests are there to sort of like get a very quick sign off from the production that, yeah, okay, we think shop sign 6 needs to go a little bit up, down, whatever it is. So I think this was should be some sort of anyway, doesn't matter. So the next one I'm going to talk about is going to be Blade Runner 2049. Now, again, thinking about how Ghost in the Shell was kind of like a post-production work, so we came on quite late. Blade Runner was exactly the opposite of that. We got on quite early with my former colleagues at Territory, and we talked to the production designer and the art director on the film, Paul Inglis, and they asked us to sort of like create kind of like a visual language and some kind of like technical representations of future technology again that lives in the Blade Runner world. Now, the difficulty with that kind of stuff was that we did not really know the script. We did not have a chance to know the script. So the production only shared very minimalistic information that was required. So we knew that there was not going to be computers as we know them. So we developed these kind of crazy ideas about how something like a computer could work in that future. And we all agreed quite early on that we really want to do something that's it's very analog, very kind of like minimalistic, and we did not want to have holograms or that kind of Star Wars like thing. Not superbly technological. Everything is sort of like used, and everything is built on kind of like grimy old stuff that someone reused again. So that was the logic behind the whole thing. So there are a lot of very interesting bits of that film, and I don't want to get into again very minute details, but I think what was brilliant about it is we were having quite a fun time, kind of like being allowed to experiment again and come up with these kind of crazy solutions, which partially coming from a very analog background. So my colleagues kind of like brought all sorts of fruits and vegetables and meat and whatnot, and we photograph them, we scan them, we shoot into film projectors, and just try to create something that's very, very kind of like organic and kind of like exciting. So that was one of the, just to give you an example, this was the morgue scene, which is quite a pivotal film, quite a pivotal moment in the film. They found these bone locker, which was sort of like a box full of bones, and they were scanning these bones, and then someone recognized something on those bones that led them to a discovery. And I think, again, they shared us the information that needs to be known, which was there are like some blade marks on the iliac crest, which is a part of the bone. So they figure out that something happened to that person. And what I needed to do, and I think I'm going to share my other screen now, is I needed to sort of like build a system that kind of like works as this futuristic scanning system that they put something underneath and it zooms into it and it rotates around and it does all sorts of stuff like that. And I think the idea that I got was that when you go to the optometrist, they put these kind of lenses in front of your eyes, and and then they move it up and that, in and out. Is it good? Is it sort of like is your site good now or worse and whatever? So there's this kind of back and forth kind of stuff that I really wanted to experiment with. So let me take you to Cinema 4D just to show you how a very similar setup works. So let's go here, right? We're in. So again, this was very, very important that these setups are very light, very minimalistic. Because one of the things in films that you have to know is you always have to iterate really fast. As a rule of thumb, we always had to deliver something at the end of the day. So with the exception of the very initial kind of like R&D or kind of like experimental phase, you're always in a daily contact with the production. So you sort of like start delivering stuff every day, let's say 5 o'clock, regardless of whether that's ready or not. And it's sometimes much more important to keep the momentum going rather than sort of like giving them the perfect stuff. Because if you do the most perfect, whatever it is, that's going to be changed anyway. So just work together with the production. And I think, again, being light and fast and agile allows you to do that. So this is the setup that was used for this kind of bones kind of thingy. And as you see, this is superbly very, very basic. It's essentially a model, subdiv model that I made with some holes in it, and it has all sorts of lenses. And by lenses, I mean these kind of things. Go there. Right? So it looks like a lens, right? And it has all of these lenses have different kind of like optical qualities to it. So different kinds of IOR and reflections and that kind of stuff. So nothing really extraordinary there. And then I had sort of like a film-like thingy, sort of like a translucent plane that had the image that we were scanning on it, almost like a transparency. And I had some lights underneath that shone through this kind of stuff. So the camera was positioned right on top of one of these lenses. So when you were looking through the camera, essentially, sorry. When you were looking through the camera, you were looking through these lenses. And because there were two layers of these kind of lenses, as they were moving in and out, they created these kind of different diffractions and all sorts of stuff like that. So very simple stuff, but quite powerful. I mean, like, mind you, this is about 4 years old now. So technology and cinema itself changed quite a lot in those times. So everything is almost real time now, GPU rendering, that kind of stuff. But rendering time was a concern back then. And we didn't have too many kind of like options. We had the Cinema 4D built-in renders, which these were rendered with. And we had V-Ray and Arnold probably at that time. But those were always very kind of like tend to be much more slower. So again, there's no huge kind of like surprises here. Going back to this other screen, I feel like some sort of a strange DJ juggling these kind of scenarios. So, and as you see, again, rendered out a lot of things and composited them in Nuke and After Effects. So that was quite interesting. It was another very cool kind of like nod to analog technology. The DNA kind of like cards. I think the director had this idea that this needs to be quite mechanical rather than, again, holographic or anything like that. So we came up with these concepts of it was like a Rolodex kind of thing. And it needed to deal with DNA data, which obviously doesn't look like this one, because that's more like all sorts of chromosome markers and that kind of stuff. But you know, as a concept, that was okay. And this is how sort of like it ended up. What is this? That was one of the other little bits and bobs. This was a going back to that, was kind of like an optical, kind of like aerial scanner, like a drone. And it needed to penetrate the ground and all sorts of things like that. So there's a bit of graphic design going on here, which I particularly enjoy. There's a lot of particles again. Quite a lot of this work happened in compositing, because you know it's quite difficult to render something within the constraints of render times and make them look perfect. So compositing helps always. This was one of the images that we used early on for testing. It was, I think, some sort of a slice of strawberry put on a light box and photographed through whatever it is. Crazy things. This here, as you see, is one of the early versions of that scanning thingy, and as I said, it goes through a lot of iterations, not just one version, but a lot. So this was another version. It's very close to the final one, but they wanted to see something that's more green. There's a minimalistic UI I did on top of it. This is another thing that I'm going to show you now. It was a part of this scanning sequence, and it was this kind of like the whole pelvis section. So what happened here, again, it looks more than what it is or what it was. Bear with me for a second. So going back to cinema. So this is the pelvis, right? So what I did is I did model a pelvis, which turn off the textures, right? So this was a fairly low poly one. It started out, then it was subdivided, created UVs, all sorts of stuff like that, which is not necessarily something that people like to do, but you have to do that, especially when you work in films, because when you create something, that's chances are it's going to be given to someone else, probably in another country, in another time zone, and you don't want to sort of like have anyone to know about your bad UV habits and that kind of stuff. So this was it, and then a nice texture was sort of like painted on top of it, and again, it was rendered with the standard Cinema 4D renderer. Nothing extraordinary. It's just sort of like very basic 3D work. But again, we had a camera and it was animated in nice fashion and lots of layers, composited again. So yeah, moving on, because we still have a bit of time, but there's a lot to talk about. Going back to this. So you see, this is the final one. It has shallow depth of field and has a UI overlay, which is quite interesting. This is a nice little breakdown of how the Morgue screen was working. In a way, it's very traditional, because it's not just a picture of the pelvis that was used. It was a three-dimensional pelvis that was rendered and used as a texture. It's strange. So again, quite a lot of photographic quality and the lens diffractions in the edges that really helps you to tell the story. And I think that's that's the kind of happy experimentation that you need to enjoy in these kind of projects. Now, this is another interesting little thing which never made it into the film, but I worked on it. This was meant to be a photo viewer. He was meant to be sort of like K was meant to be sort of like inspecting photographs, and there was a device that he was able to go into the photographs. And again, the thing here was, I went out to the local cemetery, I scanned this tree, I think it looked quite interesting, and lots of texture layers and all sorts of stuff were added to it in post. Now, what's really interesting is in this lockdown, I had time to do this prop that was designed by an incredible guy called Mike Hill, and this would have featured the photo viewer. So the way it works, and let me just show you this. I'm not watching my phone. I'm trying to find a video. So the way it works usually is you have these props and you have a screen built into them, and you sort of like trigger videos that you create the way I explained it to you. You just use them on set. So the way this works, I think, is if I put this in here, right? You see this? So this is the Blade Runner photo viewer, and if I press it, it sort of like moves around. So the idea was that you put in your photograph here, and you sort of like move these buttons and all sorts of stuff like that. So I think, I just wanted to show you that sometimes it's really a cool thing to be able to see what you design digitally as a real prop, and it makes life much nicer. So going back to the presentation, not presentation, this little walkthrough of interesting bits and bobs, hopefully. So another project that's Blade Runner, Pacific Rim Uprising, which is a sequel to Pacific Rim. A huge project, a lot of it's a huge Hollywood blockbuster, and again, my task was with my colleagues to do some visual effects. So instead of being part of the process early on, we came here quite late, and I think the task was to create these holographic UI interfaces that float around the actors, and I think that had a few bits of challenges. One is they shot the entire film without knowing how these look, right? So there probably was some idea about how they should look based on the first film, but because they did not have anything set in stone, the actors were allowed to do pretty much everything they wanted to. So, it was like just push some buttons in the air. So we needed to design something that dealt with that kind of stuff. So that was modular, that was flexible. If a panel was used right in front of the actor, it needed to move out for the camera to be able to see the face, but needed to fit into the fingers and all sorts of stuff like that. So there was a lot of design challenges that I did some experimentation early on with an incredible concept designer called Danielle Harris. We both were for Territory at that time. And when that was finished and we had a sign off on how these panels and modules should look like, with my producer, Jan, we had to set up a team of about 35, 40 people, compositors, 3D artists, layout artists, you know, a lot of people to tackle about 400 shots, if I'm not mistaken, because about 400 shots in the film had some sort of representation of this holographic display. And that's a huge challenge. And I think one of the things that you learn, I don't know how many of you are already established in the industry or how many of you are students, but if you're a visual effects supervisor or if you want to be one, you know that at a certain point you have to down the tools and you have to become more like a manager that manages this whole process, because you simply can't be involved in the day-to-day creation because it's just too much, especially when it comes to these hundreds of shots. But again, this project, the early phase, the design phase, allowed me to use Cinema 4D again in a very kind of like nice and interesting way. I experimented quite a lot with these shaders, and of course the proper 3D artists who worked on this film developed it much further than I did. But as some initial kind of like ideas, that's extremely helpful to be able to do some quick experimentation. Oh, this is a little breakdown of how one of these things worked. You see, I mean, this is, when you take away the holographic stuff, it becomes a huge modeling task and a huge rendering task. Again, lots of layers and other bits and bobs. Let me try to show you what sort of like some of that stuff looks like in Cinema 4D. Going back to the pelvis. And let's say this one, right? Not this one. Let's say this one. So again, as I showed you in the Ghost in the Shell example, everything starts with a camera track. So that's a very important thing. And you can do it in Cinema 4D. So again, what's very important, if your pipeline is set up to be a Cinema 4D heavy place, or that's the main tool that you use, you can do most of the stuff in there without sort of like having to go to other softwares. And the camera track is really, really good in Cinema 4D. I use it quite a lot. But on these bigger projects, you don't necessarily want the 3D artist to do the tracking. You want to sort of like use people who specialized in that kind of stuff, because they know that this shot calls for a different approach and whatever it is. So this here is a very early version of one of the shots. What you can see here again is it's bits and bobs, cylinders, whatever it is. The way it works is one of my colleagues who I work with and I work with ever since, Gordon Spurs, created UI elements as a 2D thing in Illustrator. And whenever everyone was happy with that, we gave it to the 3D artists, and then they sort of like extruded these shapes and created all sorts of forms and whatever it is. And that created the instrumentation for these kind of things. And I don't necessarily think that this has too much in it. I think it just has this initial, let me just try to see. Yeah, it has, there are these strange panel shapes that we built and designed. And again, it's a very straightforward 3D task. Create shaders, create shapes, and do animations. And I think what Cinema 4D was really helpful is we set up takes. We use the take system, which I don't know how many of you use, but essentially it enables you to set up a scene and then set up variations and just render them very, very quickly without having to set up 10 separate scenes. You set up one scene and you sort of like essentially just track the changes in the scene and you create sort of like subversions of it. So in that sense, it was extremely useful. We cached a lot of things. Again, Alembic was absolutely instrumental in this process, and it was a very, very it's a very heavy project. We had like 10, 15 nuke artists comping all the 3D renders, and I think one of the scenes that was featured in the trailer, which wasn't in the film, that happens quite a lot. There are some shots in feature films that are trailer only because they think it's going to look good for the audience and sort of like create some interest further down the line, but doesn't necessarily fit into the narrative of the whole film. So one of the scenes, one of the shots were rendered with Redshift early on, and I think that was the first project where I personally kind of like got involved with Redshift. That was in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we were I was really proud that I rendered a scene in Redshift, and no one said when we delivered that shot that, yeah, you know what, this doesn't look as good as it should, because all the other stuff was rendered with Arnold, I think. But for Arnold, you usually use a render farm. So that's, you either outsource it or you have an in-house render farm, which is very expensive and needs a lot of power and all sorts of other sort of like requirements. But with Redshift, we were able to render that shot on desktop machines. I think I used 2 machines, 3 machines, and these are like 2K film resolution, huge films. So it was really, really promising. And ever since then, I'm a big fan of Redshift, and I use it on most of the projects that I do. Let's see where we are with Packrin. I hope everybody's still all right. If you're out there, if you have any question, just let me know, and I'm really happy to talk about those questions. Again, you see this is a little behind the scenes, kind of like look how it looks. Very, very interesting thing is there's an entire industry that's built upon kind of like creating these rotomation figures. So most of the actors in these feature films have been body tracked, and you know, they have a digital kind of like version. So if you want to quickly change bits and bobs, you can do that. A really little breakdown based on 2D kind of like UI interfaces brought into 3D space. And that's about Pacific Rim, and let's go into other sort of like films if you are still interested. This is a very, very different project. John English Strikes Back. It's the you know, Rowan Atkinson kind of like mock spy film, and I think I did it mostly with the you know, the team I work with on Pacific Rim, but it was a much, much smaller one. It was, I would say, it was about I'll just type an answer very quickly. It was essentially, I think, a handful of people, maybe 5, 6, a couple of compositors and a few 3D artists, maybe three guys, 4 3D artists and 2 compositors or something to that matter. And I think we came on board, and the director had this idea of this entire sequence that plays out in virtual reality. And they had a storyboard or an animatic at that phase with hand-drawn storyboards. And the whole task was to come up with, it's not necessarily a really difficult thing to do with regards to actual asset creation. So, you know, you build a house, they had like LiDAR scans of the house. You need to set up the shaders and all sorts of stuff like that. We needed to create characters, and it's always a tricky thing to do, to create human characters, especially in a film where you can see the faces, because they always resemble somebody. So what we did on this project is most of the colleagues who were involved with that, we scanned them. Well, when I say we, essentially I scanned them with my iPhone, which is something that I'm going to talk about later. So essentially everybody had a digital version, which I'm going to show you later. So going back to this little thingy, we did some tests, initial tests, how this virtual reality space could look like. And this was one of the things that we sent to the director. It was very game-like, and it had some sort of like built-in distortion that made it look like it's some sort of headset or whatever it is. But then we settled on something that's a little bit more photorealistic. So these are the pictures that we got from the production of the actual house. A very nice kitchen, very nice room, whatever it is. And this is one of the early tests we did, which is quite photorealistic, I would say. And this was entirely done in Redshift. So there was a production where we moved on to Redshift quite heavily. And I do not really think that we could have done it without using Redshift, because that, again, it enabled us to render everything on a much smaller scale, iterate through these shots very, very fast. And I think what's really important with this kind of project is it was comedy, right? And it's really difficult to think that you have to do something in 3D that's going to have a comedic kind of like outcome. And that's why it was really important to be able to re-render shots really quick, because as the edit evolved, shots got shorter or longer. So we needed to be really, really quick and fast with the iterations. So this is something that I mentioned. This is one of my colleagues, a brilliant guy called Ferdi Spagnolo, who I work with on some other projects as well, which I'm going to talk about later. So we scanned his face, and he really wanted to be this kind of super muscular guy. And there was this very interesting trade-off between realism and game. So at one point, we needed to dial everything back a little bit, because some people who saw the sequence thought that, everything looks too photorealistic. And unless we say we are in VR now, the audience is not necessarily going to know where we are. So we made sure that these characters are superbly exaggerated and move in a very game-like fashion. We use quite a lot of mocap stuff for this. So mocap libraries, rigged bits and bobs. And I think this is the entire sequence. Oh, sorry, going back. This is the entire sequence. Which I think is a really, really funny sequence in this film.
Sorry, sir, but you're going to have to leave. Ow! Ow! gutted. Like, sit down, sir.
Further covert investigations are now ongoing. Yes, quite.
I think it's not the right order of the shots. So someone just cut this up and put it on YouTube. Anyway, so that was John English. I really enjoyed that project. It was very small, but really, really kind of like satisfying. And I think when you meet these guys like Rowan Atkinson in real life, you just recognize that how difficult it is to do that kind of humor that they have. It's you would think it's very straightforward, but these guys really seriously think about what they do, and they are really, really sort of like humble and you know, it was really refreshing when actually something that we did in 3D influenced how people sort of like were laughing, and it's good. It's good to do something else sometimes. So let's talk about some other stuff here. I'm going to bring up that other thing, which I don't know where it is. Cool. Not this one. Bear with me for a second. Great. So I'm going to talk about this project that I did finish last year, and working in films. I think one of the difficulties is the things that you are working on right now are potentially a year away from being seen by the audience, and especially, you know, these day and age where there's a global pandemic and it sort of like changes a lot of things. And I personally don't necessarily think that film is the important thing these days. I think we need to think about this whole, you know, the economy and all sorts of stuff like that. On the other hand, I think people really enjoy films and they need something to watch. Anyway, what I wanted to say is some of the stuff that I'm working on right now or worked in the last year, I can't really discuss or talk about. So let me show you something that's fairly recent, that was done last year for this little Netflix show called The Dark Crystal. I almost said Age of Ultron, but Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance, I think that was it. So let me share this with you. I don't know how many of you saw The Dark Crystal as a kid. I certainly didn't, and I think as we were kind of like behind the Iron Curtain, I don't think that kind of stuff really got through that thing. So I don't remember seeing that when I was a kid. I certainly remember the Muppets, and Jim Henson, who created the Muppets, was the man behind the Dark Crystal kind of like film. That was his kind of like legacy, this epic fantasy film in the strange world. And I really want to cut this short. I don't want to sort of like, again, be too granular with it. Netflix wanted to do this project where they created a series that was a prequel to the film. So I had to get my head around what this was, and I immersed myself in this world. One of the producers, Alex, that I worked with earlier, he was the visual effects producer, one of the visual effects producers for this film. And I think DNEC TV worked on it for more than a year. And I think quite early on, quite late, they recognized that the audience needs to have some sort of knowledge about this world where this dark crystal is or plays out. So they created a prologue. They hired someone to write the prologue, and Alex asked me to try to visualize it. So the first task was to come up with some sort of visual ideas and representations of the story points, representations of the narrative. And I started to do star frames. So, I had these, they really had some key pointers. They wanted to be true to the original. They wanted to use graphics a lot. They did not want to make it look CG. They did not want to make them look like puppets. So it was a very interesting mixture. So I did a few star frames as an initial kind of like thing, and I did not really like it. And then we started to visualize these kind of sequences that bad things started to fall from the sky, and we designed camera moves with the visual effects supervisor. And I think going through all these narrative points, we created these key visuals. And when we had a few of these, Sean, Alex, and I, Sean was the visual effects supervisor, we were able to put together a narrative for this kind of prologue story. They wanted to use a lot of Brian Fraud's illustrations, which are incredible, and nothing I've ever done gets close to this kind of level of intricacy and detail. So I had to be really careful not to imitate what he did, or just imitate or do anything like that. So again, a few star frames. The camera could move through the space and all sorts of stuff like that. And then after a couple of weeks of exploration, we had this journey. So we always sort of like blocked out these scenes. As you see, very basic. This is one thing that Cinematography again is really good at, creating these setups and iterating through MoGraph. These were MoGraph kind of like elements. So I just had some helixes through these letters of this strange alphabet and change the shapes. So the first thing that I knew that we need to do was this map of Thra. Thra is the world where this whole thing is. How it's going to look like. There was only one representation of it in the original book. It was like this. But again, they wanted to do something else. It's not this. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I think at one point I had some idea. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So using photogrammetry, that was the whole thing. Using photogrammetry, I wanted to kind of like use some organic shapes as a base of that map. So I went out to the park, photographed some tree stumps and all sorts of bits and bobs, and created these shapes that I could use later on as a 3D asset, or move them into something, or use some parts of it. And I think I just put this picture of my dog in just to gain some human emotions. She's my dog. She just broke the window this morning. So yeah, we created this 3D model of this map, and then a very long process started where a lot of iterations of textures were done, because textures were telling part of the story. And should it look like made from stone, or should it look like made from I don't know, I don't even know what this is, or should it be like spherical, or made from this ice-like material? Should it have all sorts of stuff like that? And all that you see here, I created close to like 50, 60 of these star frames. This was done in a week and a half or 2 week period, which is a lot of iterations in a very short time. And again, I had a setup in Cinema 4D where I could just swap materials with a click of the button. I went into Substance Painter, painted on something on top of another material, brought it in, and with Redshift I was able to render it super fast, and I was able to iterate really quick. So do you want to have some golden bits here and there? Yes, cool, I can do that, no problem. This was a finished asset huge 3D kind of like thing. And then we needed to create this scene where the ogre and the Skeksis meet, and I don't want to get into the story, but again, it started with style frames, which I personally really enjoyed creating these kind of frames. This looks like some sort of glass thing in a Blade Runner-like landscape. This looks like some sort of old puppet show, and it's really, really cool to be fast enough and be able to react fast enough to be able to create these kind of things. Because traditional concept art, those artists are brilliant. They're really able to turn these kind of things around really fast. But at this stage, when we are quite late in the production, it's usually you have to use final assets, and people, the decision makers, really want to see something that resembles the final product as much as it's possible. So they not necessarily want to see illustrations or loose drawings and that kind of stuff. So that kind of iteration is really, really cool. So all sorts of versions. This is an actual shot from the prologue. I had to create this strange version of Ogre. She has one of her eyes closed, or something wrong with it, and I had to open it, and I had to create a version where she was still young. These are some references how we wanted to portray these characters. Again, lots of traditional asset creation work, texture creation, shaders, lighting setups. One of the interesting things is that I developed this setting, this very quick turntable setup where you just load in the asset, and it has these pre-built HDR scenes. So, night, day, sunshine, and all the cast, and you just press a button, sets it up, and it renders out. So it's just, I don't know, 240 frames, but if you have to render 15 of this one day, that takes a lot of time. So these models, I either got them from Weta, who built these incredible miniatures, or got them from DNAG, who scanned these things and conformed these to their pipelines. And I had to take them on board, and the two of the guys I work with, we had to create a version of it for our own pipeline, which we built for this show. This is a beautiful asset. I think, this got a VES award for the DNAG version of it. They created this incredible thing, and I had to create a new version of it. New as in not as used as in the film. Just to give you an idea, this was a drawing drawn by someone in production, and I had to create these 3D assets, come up with different materials and shadings and that kind of stuff. So these are the tools that I used: Cinema 4D, Redshift, of course, Substance Painter, and After Effects, and some Nuke. So these are some shot breakdowns. We went through a lot of iterations, creating these landscapes, setting the cameras up. And again, this was a very small production. I had two guys working with me. So being able to do everything ourselves to this sort of quality was really, really good. Sometimes challenging, but I knew that Cinema 4D is capable of handling this kind of stuff. I think partially, I think we rendered everything in Redshift, with the exception of a few shots, which was rendered in Arnold. Again, you see how different variations were created for these kind of shots. These landscapes were hand sculpted, so these are not scans, finally. It's traditional sculpting in ZBrush. Lots of particle work, lots of camera work. This was the longest shot. And it was really difficult because it was about 600 frames, one constant camera move going through these particles. And I work with DNAG TV on this thing, and the setup was very similar to other shows that I worked on. Essentially, I created these final comps in Nuke with all the rendered layers and rendered AOVs and all sorts of stuff like that. I think this is the entire prologue. If you want to watch this as a final thought.
Another world, another time.
So DNAG TV created a huge amount of these shots, and we created our own shots. So this shot was done by us, and DNAG augmented it. This is a DNAG shot.
And the source of all life. Since the land was young, Olga protected the crystal.
These are puppets. These are from the actual show.
Connected all the creatures of Thra, but closest to her
This is one of our shots.
were the Gelfling. 7 clans of Gelfling call Thra home. From the proud Vapra in the mountain city of Harar, the most cultured of the Gelfling, who rule over the 7 clans, to the fierce Stonewood, who dwell in the endless forest, renowned for their prowess in battle, and the gentle Rotten, who live deep beneath the ground, in perfect harmony with all of Thra, forgotten by the world above. For uncounted millennia, all of Thra existed in perfect balance. But then, new beings came, not of Thra. Skeksis. They bewitched Aura with stories of the universe and built her an orrery so that she might discover the mysteries of the cosmos for herself. And so, Augra turned her eye to the stars. And entrusted the crystal of truth to the Skeksis.
So yeah, I think that's the dark crystal thingy, and I think we still have a bit of time to talk about questions and that kind of stuff. So I think I had a question about inspiration and references and that kind of stuff, and I think this is a really good question. And as an artist, it's incredibly important that you get inspired by things, and I traditionally try to stay away from Pinterest, which is a really nice tool, but Pinterest mostly has stuff that other people uploaded, and if you use Pinterest just as your reference, you're going to use stuff that everybody else uses. And in certain things, like in UI design, I see the same things happen again and again and again. And you're never going to do something new if you just use references that other people already used before you. So I think what's very important, especially these days, is to go out for a walk. Just look around you, look at nature, look at architecture, read books, and try to find references for things that you don't think would be useful. So, for example, if you want to do a science fiction, if you have to do a UI design, try to look at some stuff that's very analog. Try to look at stuff. There's this incredible, I don't know if you knew, there was this lady who did a lot of illustrations for Soviet spaceships. And, you know, her work is incredible. And the colors and the shapes and the way she painted them is just inspirational. I don't know what to use that for now, but if you look at these kind of things, they're going to become part of you. And whenever you have to come up with something, they're going to be filtered through your own ideas. And I think, there's, everybody talks about that, who steals from someone else, and there are blatant rip-offs of things out there. But I think essentially we're all influenced by everything else around us. So the way it works is you see something, and subconsciously that becomes a part of you, and it gets filtered through by your own experiences and thoughts, and then it comes out in a slightly different or very different way. So that's my thought on that kind of stuff. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, if you're a creative, and these are super difficult times, we always, the world is not necessarily a really, really good place right now. And it's very hard to get inspired. But I think what works is, maybe that's just me, but what works is, even when you don't want to do something because you don't feel like it, just try to do something. And chances are it's not going to be good. But even just doing something is much more important than sort of like waiting for inspiration. And that's why sort of like when we were in the lockdown, I did these kind of, I do a lot of photogrammetry scanning. I scan everything everywhere where I go, and I have these kind of, let me show you a few things. I have these strange kind of like things where I just scan stuff, and I have sort of like this is based on a video I found on YouTube, which is something that I really like to do: extract 3D information from videos that were not meant to be used that way. So again, you need a castle, and you can build it, but I literally spent half an hour on this, and I get a nice little thingy for a film. Or I did photogrammetry scans with the original Apollo photographs, and these look crap, right? So these are not final assets, and you can't use them, but they essentially represent how those pictures were taken on the moon, and you can reconstruct 3D information from them. And I think that's fascinating. And this is something that I did on one of the shoots that I did. This is more like work, but this is again incredibly useful, especially in virtual production. And I did recreate the famous moon boot print as a 3D asset, and I printed it out because it's a stereoscopic image. So there's depth data in there, and you can create things in 3D with stereoscopic information. And that's incredible, just to see sort of like really how deep that boot print was and how those little rocks were around it. I did not model this. This is the actual photographs. I just extracted data from them. Or, I did, well, these are the photographs taken on the way back from the moon. And if you run through the photogrammetry software, you can recreate the moon, and you can recreate the positions of the spacecraft where it was taken from. So that's exactly how Apollo 11 was coming back from the moon. And I have a morbid fascination with these kind of Japanese walking videos. I love Japan, and I've been there a couple of times, and obviously I can't travel now too much, but I love watching these videos. There are incredible people out there having a GoPro rig attached to their heads, and they walk for 4 hours, and they have these incredible videos. But this essentially looks like Google kind of like Street View on steroids, because there's plenty of 3D information in there, and most of this stuff is not really good quality, but there's something in there. It's quite interesting just to figure out that exactly how far this bit is from that bit based on just one video. So I love these kind of experiments, and when I can't do something too artistic, I revert back to these kind of very technical things, and that inspires me to do something artistic. So that's really cool. And I did this little thingy just a couple of months ago. We were doing this daily walk to the park with my kids, and I have my little scanning rig, a couple of iPhones on a pole, and I scanned this environment, and I created this little thing that, you know, a Terminator goes on a walk and wants to make sure that everybody's social distancing. So yeah, any other questions? Go on. I'm all ears. This is another little prop that I built, you know. It works the same way. You put in an iPhone and you put the UI in there. Photogrammetry, the question is, how does photogrammetry help production? And the answer is, it's incredibly helpful. The way it works, it used to be a very time-consuming thing. You essentially take really good quality photographs in a certain way of objects or environments. You walk around a statue, a room, or have a drone fly around a house, or, you know, have a small kind of like model of something, and you put it on a turntable and photograph it. And you can take from anything from 25, 30 photographs to thousands in larger areas. And then there's algorithms, and there are software that made for these kind of stuff. And you put these photographs in there, tweak a few things here and there, and then it essentially matches pairs of photographs. And if you have a pair of photographs where there's a bit of parallax, so you move between taking those photographs, the three-dimensional coordinates of a point could be calculated. And if you do enough of these, an entire object would be reproduced. And the way it works is, when I have to create an asset, let's say someone says, I definitely want to use this house in my production. You can build it from scratch, which means you have to go out and take reference photographs for textures, for size. You have to measure it. You have to know how, you know, it is. Or you can do a photogrammetry thing, which is essentially very similar, but you take much more photographs, and you have to know how to take them. And you do that, and you build a photorealistic three-dimensional asset, which in itself is not really usable because it's super dense and it's super bad topology. But you can retopologize it. You can do it in an automatic way. You can do it manually. And then you will have a photorealistic asset with proper photorealistic textures much faster than you would have if you would start from scratch. So it speeds up production. And you know, if you want to use the I don't know, a piece of the Berlin Wall, you can either build it from scratch, or you can go out there and photogrammetry scan the actual piece and just use the digital version of it, or build or print a 3D version of it, and you know, use the texture information to paint it. So it's incredibly useful. I really recommend looking into that. Any other questions? Any thoughts? I think, let me show you my email address. If you want to get into touch, or, you know, you don't know, I'll I think the organizers know my email address. So if anyone wants to get into touch with me, just give that to them, and I'm happy to answer questions. So thank you very much for everybody watching this. Hopefully we're going to meet next time in person. Really want to go there. And hopefully I can talk about some stuff that are going to be in cinemas by the time that happens. So thank you very much once again. Take care. Have a lovely day.
Okay, thank you for watching. That was Peter. Right now on the schedule we have Eliza Kubarska that will talk about complementing the crew and about the documentaries. I'm speaking right now in English because our friend Janek, who was translating for you this lecture to Polish, will need to change the channel. So stay with us. You don't need to go on the English channel or English people for the Polish channel. There will be lecture on the English channel, but we need to fix some stuff. That will take about 5 minutes. So stay with us. And as I say, just give us some time. Dzień dobry, kochani, wszystko pod kontrolą.
Hello everyone, everything's under control, the English speakers and the international guests. I'm not sure which nation is most numerous among our guests, should have a lecture in their stream. We also have the original voice on the Polish stream, and in a while we'll be transferring to Eliza Kubarska because the workshop is underway. So we're sort of entering without any further ado. They are silent. We've been announced. Okay. Will you write something for me right now, like this? Okay. Małgorzata. So maybe you'll ask one more question, because that was a very good question and I will refer to that. I asked how to make films and have money. How to get money for the films. Well, how do you get money for the films? Well, of course, it's very tricky. And I prepared here a wider presentation here, and my presentation is directed at, I would say, beginner or newbie directors. I don't know who at what point of their life think of themselves as a newbie director, but I think that there'll be a lot of basic information here, and the people who know that you might get bored by that. You do not have to listen to me then. I'll be using a very simple language, I'll be very practical, and I will refer to my own experience because that's easier for me. Is that okay? So let me now show my presentation, and you please tell me if you can see that. Do you see my presentation? Yes, we do. This is the title. This is a challenge of documentary filmmaking. It is a challenge because it's not so easy to make documentaries. These are the topics that I would like to tackle very quickly here with you. I'm not getting into too much detail, but so that you're given as a general overview, broad overview, what the documentary production looks like from the start until the end. And I've listed 4 topics here, which you can see here, starting from realization or making of the documentary, how to build a good film crew, how to get funds for the making of the film, of a documentary. This is the question that I get asked a lot, and based on my recent film, The Wall of Shadows, I'll tell you about the advantages and disadvantages of international cooperations. It's also a very important topic. It's a fresh topic, but I can tell you a few things based on my own experience. But for those of you who don't know me, let me present myself, because we're talking to a bit broader audience. My name is Eliza Kubarska. I'm a documentalist, documentary director, and I specialize in stories which are usually related with very difficult locations. This did not happen by accident. For many years of my life, until today too, I was an alpinist. I climbed a lot. I was traveling the world because of that. I was always accompanied by a camera, and thanks to that, at some point I decided that, well, maybe that would be good to merge those skills that I have, the skills related to traveling of the world and getting into very difficult locations, with the possibility of showing those places and stories that I meet there, and the people I meet there. I graduated from the Fine Arts Academy. I think this is very important because my background was not a film background. I graduated from a sculpture department, sculpture faculty in the Warsaw School of Academy of Fine Arts. under Professor Grzegorz Kowalski. This is I really have a to say that because Grzegorz Kowalski educated Paweł Althammer or Katarzyna Kozyra, the artists of big format, and I have to say that a lot of what I've learned in the Fine Arts Academy during my studies, during my cooperation with Professor Kowalski, is something that I go back a lot during the preparation and making of my films. This ability of being in difficult conditions, well, skill, it's not a skill, but the fact that for a long time I've been in very, very difficult conditions, or be in some really remote place, far away from civilization, due to the fact of my climbing career, quite smoothly then translated into the realization of the films, of making of the films. Making documentaries is like everyday struggle with uncertainty and unexpectedness of reality, where nothing is sure and nothing is set in stone. Whenever I'm working in a documentary, I feel as if I was moving in a magma, in a lava, and there was nothing solid around me. I have to undertake very concrete decisions in that environment without having any data to do so. So I think this climbing background and this mountaineering background prepared me to be the director of documentaries. And in this way, I jumped into the deep end of the pool and I started making my own documentaries. Now I will show you as a showreel of several of my films. So this is how I dived into the deep end of the pool. And now we're moved to the things that are most interesting to you, by which I mean how to make a documentary. Here I've listed several stages in a very general way. I'll discuss them to what extent, to the extent that will be allowed by time. At first, you need to have the idea. This is something you came here with. Some ideas are developed a bit more. The other ones are just, I would say, the embryos of an idea. It's just like an idea. Ideas come like in real life. Some ideas stem inside of ourselves. Some stories are referred to what we found or things that hurt us. Then, of course, that's why you need to make a film, because we want to tell a story and share it with other people for some reason. This motivation is extremely important, because later, whenever you will be submitting the motions or submitting applications for financing, very often they want you to show to present a director's explication. This is the way it's called. You have to explain why this film is important. The potential partners want to know why you and not anyone else is supposed to do this concrete film. You have to answer these questions, be able to answer these questions, and the more honest your explication, the better the chance you will be able to convince a financial partner to cooperate with you. Then let's say that your idea is very good, because it is. Then you have to start with development. Let me just now connect so that I can see you all for a while. And for you to see me, because I don't know how to do that in a way that I could see both you and my screen. Is it possible? Not really. Okay, so for a while I'll look at you in the faces. It's going to be easier for me to talk to my group. I'm so happy that you're here with me. So now I was to talk about development. We talked about that a bit, and now let me sum it up in a few words. This is a very important moment. Everything that you didn't do here and you should do will will bear fruit later in the production. I think this is extremely important, that this is a moment. Yeah, I got a description here about, yeah, okay, that's what I do. Okay, I think I can see everybody, so that's okay with me now. It's a very important moment of film production, and it can take ages. Really, it can take ages, years even, because it depends on the film we are doing. You just don't be afraid of it. Be patient. You really have to perform the development process very accurately, so to avoid huge problems on the way later, and the problems that are sometimes unsolvable. We have to be able to tell who is the protagonist of our story, whether it's a human or an animal or a location or some sort of phenomenon. I'm not limiting you to who the protagonist should be, but this should be defined in our head pretty clearly. What the story is about, what the film is about, we need to be able to tell that, and we have to be able to tell it in a very cohesive, coherent way. There's always a requirement that is, you need to have your log line. You have to be able to write a synopsis, and only later you need to prepare the treatment, which is more detailed description of the film, and at the end you're creating a script. Of course, there is a script for a documentary. It is something that we're always talking about it. How can you write a script for a documentary? I even put dialogues in my script for a documentary. The reception was mixed, but it depended on documentation I collected. If I had the scene already recorded and I knew what the dialogue was, I put it in the script. But for some people, it's very difficult to accept. These dialogues were not written by me. I did not make them up. They were sort of jotted down from a real life material. But this script is very different from what happens in a film of fiction. It's rather a collection of assumptions we have to draw on our very good documentation. Quite often, potential financial partners ask you, and what will be the end of the film? And then the question is there, you know, and sometimes it's very difficult to answer it. But there's always something in this question, and we need to be able to tell them where we're striving, where we're going, because the film can go a totally different way, and this is also an ability of a documentalist, that you forego whatever you planned and follow the reality, because there are also situations that all the assumptions you made occur to be totally wrong, and you have to follow a different route, you have to act on the spot, and you have to have the courage. So I think it is a bit more complicated. Of course, when we're building this protagonist, then yes, with this, you know, with all those rules, it's good to break all those rules, but it's worth, especially with your first productions, to think first who our protagonist is, what is their challenge, what is the stake, what happens if they don't achieve their goal, if there are any antagonists of our protagonist. For example, in my last film, the Wall of Shadows, I think I realized that very late, when I started to analyze this whole story. I found it to be built in a very classic way. It has very well-defined protagonists, antagonists. You could say that there's a big stake. The film is called The Wall of Shadows and tells the story about the family of Sherpas, the local Highlanders from Nepal, who the father works on Himalaya expeditions as a load carrier. They have several kids, and they cannot afford the education of the youngest child. And here they have this tragedy that it seems that the boy has no choice, will have to work in the mountains just like his fathers, like his parents, which is very difficult. It's not really paid well, and it's sometimes humiliating. And mother, she's very much against this situation. And when there's an option to earn more money, the family decides to participate in a Himalaya expedition to the so-called Forbidden Holy Mountain. This is the description of the documentary, which I realized. All this happened in reality. When we analyze all that, it has all the elements. We've got the protagonist, we've got the stake, we've got the antagonists, and we've got the sort of potential for failure, and this build the drama in the story. And now let me move back to my presentation.
Tak, także teraz tu mówiliśmy o developmencie.
So here we talked about development. We're looking for the protagonist for the story, looking for partners, film workshops, pitchings, and a lot of writing. Yes. This is the moment when we have to find partners to make our film. I tell you a bit more later about the funds and financial partners that can be helpful for you, but the ability to write the logline, the synopsis, and to make the right teaser, this is very important for us so that we can apply for further grants to different institutions that can support us, but also to encourage partners, some potential partners, to look for our own film partners with whom we could later execute this film. And when we manage to pull that off, I'll tell you about financing later. When we're successful with all that, only then we can move to production. Or in other words, the making of the filming. The film. There's a lot of organization work to get them to start the filming. It depends on the location. It depends on the It depends on the type of the film, because it doesn't have to be every time like in my films at the end of the world. Sometimes there are projects which I realize at home, which take place, I don't know, next to us. When you have such filming, it's totally different. There are runaway shots when there's a situation which is very important for your film, and if you're in a process of development, there's no obstacle, or rather it's advised to get the camera and film the material before you have money. That's why it's so difficult, even if you don't have the money, but the situation is running away. You know, it's a fleeting situation. Then you should capture it, because they will be gone. So I'm showing you a certain template of consecutive steps, of consecutive stages, but there are no clear-cut borders, because every situation is different, and you have to be very flexible to approach it from the right angle. Once you do your filming, then you have a moment when we've got recorded everything, the whole that the story would need, and we're starting the stage of post-production.
Natomiast jakbym się miała teraz głęboko nad tym zastanowić, to też nie jest tak zawsze, bo zdarza się, że niektóre filmy montuje się już w trakcie realizacji zdjęć. Są takie projekty, które warto już próbować składać jeszcze kiedy zdjęcia są nieskończone, bo to też jest podpowiedź, na przykład co musimy dokręcić, co musimy zrealizować, więc jeżeli ktoś ma taką możliwość, żeby montować w trakcie zdjęć, to też jest coś, co później na pewno procentuje. No ale generalnie jak już wejdziemy w postprodukcję, to jest oczywiście montaż, udźwiękowienie, muzyka, kolor, korekcja, pokażę to jeszcze zrobię.
So let me show it to you once again. I'm sorry for the break in translation. We had some technical problems. So these are This is when we start the editing, when the editing ends, when we already decided that everything is already set and we are very happy.
Ja bardzo polecam. To jest coś takiego, że kiedy montujemy film, no wiadomo, że taki montaż trwa często kilka miesięcy.
We have the editing, but the editing takes for like a good few months. The producer, the editor lose distance to the material, and often you have projects where the director is editing himself, and this is very, very difficult, because he's the person who knows the material. They're the person who knows the material, and the team which is working on the editing, they lose distance to the material, and it's very difficult to say whether what they did already is exactly what should be what they wanted to do, or if this story is said exactly in the way they wanted to do it. And then it's good to show this draft version to some group of people. What I do is I do two screenings. I show it to people who are experts, friends, filmmakers who are from the film industry, and I talk with them about what they think about this version of the film, but I also show it to the so-called common people. Because this common man can also tell us a lot about the film, and that's why I use it before I do the so-called picture lock. The picture lock is the finished editing. This is when we can start with this whole post-production. Well, there's always a lot of trouble with picture lock. We always think that you think you did the picture lock, but then you cannot sleep because there's a thing that you really need to put in the film and it's not there. This is something that everybody hates. All the editors hate that, the producers hate that, because the director cannot really do a picture lock. I do understand that. But in my last film, I had an extreme situation, I must say, but it was exactly the same, and it's a process. I think maybe some other director, maybe more talented than me, could be able to digest information faster than me. I was editing my film with a very good German editor who has really some great films in her portfolio. It was a very strong relation. I moved to Berlin for 5 months, I think. We're in a very close relationship, very much focused on a film. It was a very interesting experience because this German editor could focus only on my film. That does not happen in Poland, of course, for financial reasons. Usually, they have to do some commercials or something to survive. But that was very interesting. But at some point, that was a very, very difficult to edit that in Germany. So I sort of set my foot in Poland. I was living on the road. It was not in a coronavirus. Nobody knew that you can edit a film through Zoom. Everybody thought that's impossible. But yeah, in fact, what we started to do, she started to send me certain solutions. We had a problem with the end of the film for a long time, and at some point we had to make the picture lock. It was already 2 weeks overdue, and I felt that it's still not it. But we lacked the material. We lacked especially some fresh look at it, and from the test screenings we couldn't get any more information. So we decided for a picture lock. And a month later, when I entered a plane where I went to go to Switzerland to do the post-production for the film, where I to do the color correction, I suddenly get this epiphany. It was not my own epiphany, to be honest. During the collation of the film, during the approval of the film, I've met with a very good director, Wojtek Staroń, and he said one sentence. And this sentence, there was a solution so simple about this ending that I could not believe that I got entangled in all this material and didn't come up with it myself. When I landed in Switzerland, I asked the producers to give me 2 days to change the ending of the film. So that was an extreme situation, a very difficult one for everybody, but I think I feel very good with it, and I'm so happy that it was made. That was concerning picture lock. And once the film is already locked, then it takes a lot of post-production, months of post-production. We've got sound, we've got music. We have to cooperate with composer. It's good to start working with composer earlier, maybe during the editing. Improvement of the color correction, especially effects, etc., or change of effects. Really, it takes ages, and there's no money left. Everybody's sort of running on reserve, so there's a lot of pressure on the director. I don't know what are the conclusions of that. I've never managed to avoid that, and I think I could be with the producer. I work with the producer I work with. We could become great coordinators of post-production. It's not fun because you're so tired with the whole production, and you've got corrections and corrections and corrections and corrections. And finally, when the film is ready, you've got distribution and promotion. This is again the process that should start a bit early. It's good to have a distributor at the stage, the earlier the better. It is a question of your position, of your standing, of how important your project is. It's good to work with the distributor as soon as possible. The good distributor will help you in positioning of the film. I really encourage you to do this as soon as possible. When we're making a project, and I mean, if you make a project and you devote so many lives of your life, I'm talking about a project which even a short form can take a few years of your life. So think about it in such a way that you're doing something very valuable, and you're listening, you're open to remarks who come from the outside, you're filtering all that through yourself. and through your sensitivity, you think that try to do all the things which are the best for your project, remembering that you are losing distance all the time, but at the same time you're the person who decided to do this film for some reason. And then the distribution and the promotion, well, the promotion is something which is usually lacking in terms of the documentary, and I'm really sorry about that. We would really need to have some money for promotion, but you can support yourself from other sources too. When the film is ready, you can also apply for financing for promotion of the film, even to the Polish Film Institute. This is a very helpful thing because you can always use it to promote your film, and which is very valuable. And this is when the festival path of your film starts. This is also very important in case of films where it's very important where the film has its premiere. And here I suggest to all of you to be patient. Of course, it's best to do in cooperation with a good distributor. When you look at the festival path, or you look at the film, you think with them which is the best festival to premiere this film. It also depends on the time, because whether you finish your film in August or in the beginning of January, there are different festivals. I'm talking here now about festivals which are attractive to us from the point of view of premiere of our festivals. These are mainly A-class festivals, but there are also, remember about not A-class festivals, which are very interesting. But you have to be very careful about choosing. You have to have patience. If your film gets a good reception, you showed it to a group of people and you can see that there's some value in that, you just wait until some festival, one of the better festivals, will notice you. Sometimes it's very stressing because the first one rejects you, the other one rejects you. Then you start to think. I had a situation like that Monica was calling me, Monica Braid, my producer. We completed a film. The Ghost from the Sea. Yeah, Walking Underwater was the actual English title. It was in February, March. It was a rough cut film. It wasn't even ready. The distributor started sending it to festival, because that's what you do. Sometimes the film is not ready, but you already start to send it around. The first one rejected us. The other one rejected us, and then she calls me and said, "Eliza, you see, I think it's not an A-class film." And I said, "Oh, great. I can see that there are some, we expected something special." But thankfully, in a while, we got a phone call from Hot Dogs in Canada, which is an A-class festival where our film got qualified and even got the jury award. So I'm winking at Monica. That was an A-class movie. So we had a good premiere, and then it just goes on. Once you have a good premiere, it usually just rolls on, because other festivals starts to get interested in your film, and this is good for us because more and more people want to see your movie. This promotion is usually, well, average. So the festivals take on the role of a certain of a promotion, because if the film was emitted, so it was screened on an important festival, then it's worth watching, and if it got award, then well, absolutely. That. But of course, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'll just show you a shot from my film. We made it in Greenland. In short, this is what my the consecutive stages of making a documentary look like. And now we'll move on to how to build a film crew, to the topic how to build the film crew. And then I've prepared a list of the most important creators, which are from the outset with the director and that if accompany him for a long time. It's of course the director. Do you see that or do you see me? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me now try to share my screen. So here I listed the most important persons from at the outset, because there's a huge crowd of really important people. But in Poland, it is usually so that with a documentary, it's not a rule. But I think I can say that most often it's it's an art house cinema. So the director realizes their own project and builds the crew around this project, or they, initially with the producer, they pair with the producer and decide about other people. This is how it looks like in Poland. Sometimes we have a producer who has a project and they look for the director, but this is less common. But still, it takes place from time to time. In Poland, an important element is a very important relation is the director and DOP, but also the director and producer. And I think it depends on the film and on the film crew. For me, personally, those two people are most important in the film crew at the outset. My producer and my DOP. In a while, I'll say a few more words about that. Then we have a sound engineer or sound director. It might be a composer, or then we've got editor and the composer. And more people appear in time. But this is the creators plus producer. This is the basic team, the core, which combines all this production. It's good to have an executive producer or a production assistant if something like that is possible. In case of a documentary, this is not always feasible. Sometimes we cannot afford anybody else like a production assistant, and then all the executive producer and production assistant obligations fall on the shoulders of the director and the producer. Well, with my last film, at least, we were in luck. We had a great help from a girl, Zosia Kujawska, and who saved our lives, and she really helped us a lot. This is my film crew, not complete. I will be building it, showing it further. I wanted to use this moment when I'm discussing it, but I wanted to mention those people because I think that were it not for them, were it not for my film crew, I don't think I would have the nerves to make film, the documentaries. It is such a difficult process, so full of uncertainty, that if I didn't have the great pleasure to work with those people, then I don't know if, even with my great love for film, I would be able to go through this process again and again. Here on my right hand side, I'm the one in the blue jacket and orange trousers. Monika Brett is on the right hand side. This is the main producer of my two last films and co-producer of one more film. She's my great friend right now. We've been working together for the last 8 years, and we make a very strong team. Without her, none of these productions would work. They were two difficult productions, and I think she's a great support for me. And very often it is so that I have no power left, no strength left. I'm sort of deflated, and she takes over, so directing responsibilities. And the other way around too. When she's already totally brain dead from calculating money, then I take over from her. Piotr Rosłowski stands next to her. He's the DOP, but also the director of films like Prince and the Dybbuk, or Domino Effect, or the creator of the Rabbit Berlin Style. He's a great DOP and a great director, so that's a fantastic support for me. it's always an intellectual feast for me working with him and talking about our film projects. Here we have Monica. I wanted to show you the pictures when we're preparing for the film that we wanted to do in Himalaya. Monica likes mountains a lot, but she doesn't have anything to do with climbing. The things that she's able to do just to produce the films, it's really crazy. I mean, she went to prepare herself on a trip to the Himalayas. Piotrek Wesołowski. Piotrek was working on up to 5,000 meters above the sea level heights, and he was, despite very difficult conditions, working on he was working on the glacier. We had some very good equipment by Canon. Piotrek, despite of all the weariness and he was always his mind was like sharp like a knife, and he was working up there. Franciszek Kozłowski is my favorite sound man. He was making sound for all my films. He's a great friend, and working with him is a pure pleasure. This is a slide from our set. Inside the houses of the Sherpas, it was very, very dark, and we were trying to set up the lighting somewhere up there. That was also a great adventure. Piotrek and Franek were with me in different places. They realized also with me, they made a film about the sea nomads. Let me go back here, because I've mentioned here on my left hand side there's Zosia Moruś. She's a girl. You might not see that, but it's a girl. She's a sound engineer who does extremely good sound. I also wanted to mention one more person who in fact does not belong directly to our film crew, because it doesn't have a comfort. I don't have a comfort to have the function of a photographer. Here is Dawid Kaszlikowski on our picture. He's my husband and long-time climbing partner, also a man with whom I traveled the world for many years, and I've learned a lot. Dawid is a photographer and operator, and during my film on walking underwater, he came to help us with making pictures, and thanks to that we had some beautiful shots which then we could use to promote our film. So that was really fantastic too. As I've mentioned, walking underwater, even though I knew that I was supposed to talk about the mountain films, but I'm showing here you underwater films. I'm showing you the poster for this film because I wanted to show you also the accolades from different festivals. We started from hot dogs. Then we got a few more awards, and then it just went its own way. All those festivals, they are all very important. EFI in London, Margaret in Doc Leipzig, there were many of them. The film made it to over 100 festivals in the world, and it all started from being noticed at Hot Dogs Festival in Canada. And it positioned our film very well on the market. That's why it's so important. Okay, now let's move to the next point, which I think would be most interesting to all of you. Now, can you see me, or do you see the presentation? And now you see me, yes? So now we're moving to the thing that interests you the most, probably, as I mentioned, the financing. the financing and acquiring funds. Here I listed, maybe I should show that to you on the screen.
To jest oczywiście bardzo to jest tak bardzo ogólnie napisane.
This is a very general information how to acquire funds to make your own documentary. As I've mentioned, this is a presentation for the directors because you have to be aware why you need to have different things during the development of your project. Then you've got all those institutions that are listed here will require from you the presentations of your projects in the forms I've mentioned before. You can make a good documentary. In order to make a good documentary, you need money. What money it is depends on the project. It depends also on your determination and perseverance and the moment in your life. If you're young and you can allow yourself to work when you're looking for yourself, for your real self. Many of us had this moment in their lives, of course. It's different stage in life when you're a mature person and you have to live on something, and making of a documentary is very, very time consuming. There are institutions which can support us financially. In Poland, we have, for example, a very well operating Polish Film Institute. In comparison to other countries, in general, our institute usually worked very well, and it was a support for the directors. I hope that it will be like this always. So it has many different types of programs where we can apply for financing. We can apply for the development fund, for production fund. Of course, if the film is ready. We can get also the financing for promotion. These are very important injections of cash, a great support, and the money which give you a lot of power, which allow us to sort of start with something. It's very difficult to get first money and last money in film production. As they say, the first money and the last money are very difficult, and the first money is really the private money. Quite often these are your private money because you were working on the project and it's our pet project in the beginning. And sometimes, of course, if we're lucky and we have a producer, the producer can always support us with some funds. In Poland, we have Polish Film Institute, we have grants or scholarships of ministries and other places like this where you can look for support. Another thing which has been working for quite a long time, there are local funds, local film funds. The Polish Filmmakers Society website has a list of such local funds. I will send you the link later, where you have the list of those funds, and it's connected to different cities. Now you have different keys for that. So, for example, if I'm a director from Łódź, I can apply for support to support my film from Łódź, because as a Łódź citizen, I can count on the support. Or maybe I did some filming in Łódź. This is also a very important thing. Or maybe the topic of the protagonist of my film, maybe he's not alive, but he was brought up in Łódź. So the film will promote the film, and the funds will take part in that. I really recommend that to you. It's a very good thing for you. These are not like big, huge money, but it's very useful. Yeah, I put in the TV or broadcasting companies. it's good to also always to answer yourself a question: for whom is our film? What do we want to show it? If is it a TV film or is it a cinematic film? Or maybe you could do a cinematic film and a TV version. This is what I do quite often. So I usually do make my festival film, which is over 70 minutes long, and a TV version which is about 50 minutes long. So why do I do it? Because this is the way the world works. That the TVs has 50-minute slots. Usually you have 1 hour, where you have to also fit some commercials. So we in Poland have various TVs. There are not too many of them if you think about it, but we have public TV. We have HBO, which produces fantastic documents. Also Netflix at this moment. I never had a chance to work with Netflix yet, but I can see that this has been changing recently, and there is different content getting on the platform. This does not end with Poland. It all depends on the project. My 3 last projects, I made them with co-production. The last one was the most complicated because it was a co-production between 3 countries: Polish, German, Swiss cooperation. And I will automatically move to the last topic, to the co-production, about which I wanted to tell you in a while. Here on the board, I also, so that I do not forget, and I wanted to show it to you, that you also have in terms of financial support, you have sponsors and private funds. But it all depends on what sort of budget we're talking about. If it's a film which we realize in our own country, in Poland, for example, then of course some sort of the cost will be lower, because you would not have additional costs related to traveling, for example, or faraway locations. It can be so that some private funds, which are not huge, they would be sufficient to help us. These are also some really serious sources of financing you can consider. I don't have much experience. If we talk about sponsors, it may happen so that the producer of some equipment can be a sponsor or a co-producer, because this all depends on the arrangements you have. Somebody may join the production as a co-producer, or it might be the company that the film equipment renting company, and you won't pay for the equipment. Of course, you need to sign a co-production agreement. They have their own sort of, they have an in-kind element to the production which they can profit from. It's good to have some support when you're writing the applications. It might be sometimes frustrating. In order to build the budget of a film, sometimes you need to write like dozens, like heaps of applications, and a large part of those applications is rejected, and then you have to write further applications, and then the frustration kicks in, where at a moment when every film institution has a different requirement. Some require you to write a logline which is 200 symbols, or 2,200 letters, or 400 letters, and then you have to rewrite your own text on end again and again, and it starts to really to be crazy. When you're alone in this, when you're a director or a producer, then it's very difficult, and you really have to have a great executive producer if that is possible, because many directors have their own producing companies. So to finish my presentation with, I wanted to talk about co-production, about the pros and cons of international co-productions, because the way it works is many people are afraid of co-producers. I'm talking about producers, but I'm talking about documentary all the time. But there are situations, the productions which you cannot do out of the money of a single country only. That was the case of our film, The Wall of Shadows. From the outset, we were working with Monika Breit and with Piotr Rosołowski. I've mentioned what the film was about. The idea was that we'll be realizing the whole film somewhere far, far away in the Himalayas. And due to this faraway location, or the remote location, it was obvious that we will not be able to collect enough money for this film in Poland. Physically, it was physically impossible, because the film by itself was very, very expensive. And this is how we set up this co-production. And in a very long, very short words, how does it work from the point of view of a director? I'm not a producer here. I'm a director, so. We had no choice. We had to go into co-production, but thankfully it was our third film that we co-produced with Germans. We discussed it with Germans. I was very happy, even though we've worked with 3 different films, but we have one distributor for the last 2 films I did, and we're very happy. I'm talking about international distribution. So with Germans it was always okay, but here we had additional co-producer from Switzerland. It was so that Monika knew a Swiss pair. They were not a couple, but they worked. They had a company together. They've met at some feature film or fiction film workshop, and this is where they met. And they sort of they got liking to one another. And we've met with them in Locarno at the premiere of my previous film, and Monika introduced me, and we told them about our project, The Wall of Shadows. And they got interested in the project because they knew Monika and they liked her. It was easier for them to like me. And in this way, very slowly, we started to strike this establish this co-production, because the film was telling the story about mountains, even if that was not a story. It's not a film about mountains. It's not a classical film about mountains, because my idea was not to make another mountain film, but as I mentioned, my protagonist was a person. Well, there were people. Like my protagonists were people, but Swiss-like films where this background is related to mountains. It's a mountainous country, and this is something. And this co-production really worked very well. Our project started to sort of grow because consecutive companies started to join in. We managed to get into sort of a relation with the French TV broadcasting station Arte. It was our second film done with Arte. We've managed to strike cooperation. This was much more serious than the first time. And we also needed a German co-producer for that, because without that, it's not possible. So if you have a German TV, you have a German co-producer, because otherwise, no international co-production, no international TV will work with it. The same was with Switzerland. The Swiss applied for various funds. They got money, both of them. The Germans had a TV broadcasting company, the Swiss too. So this co-production really started to roll, and the budget we managed to sort of get our budget in place, and it's not so fantastic that we had so much money that we could do anything we wanted. Unfortunately not. The downside of co-production is that it's very, very expensive. Can I ask you a question? Because I don't understand one thing. You said that if you're working with international company, the broadcasting company, you need an international co-producer. What's the difference between international, like a foreign broadcasting company and a foreign co-producer? Is it like different? Yes, it's a broadcaster. And they have to sign a contract with a producer, and they don't want to sign a contract with a Polish producer. They want to sign a contract with a German producer with whom they feel safe. This is at the stage when you know that you're making this film for you, not at the stage of distribution. No. I'm not selling them a ready film. This is, let's say, somebody. We're talking about production. We're talking about serious money. They enter with a certain sum of money, depending on the channel. If it's prime time, this is what happened with The Wall of Shadows. That's one of the more important channels of Arri.
Natomiast jest to dużo bardziej skomplikowane. Oczywiście oni biorą udział w trakcie
Of course,
montażu.
they also participate in editing. Yeah, they have something to say in editing. They have decision. They can take decisions, because the relation with your broadcaster is very important. And I had some incredible experience with working with a lady from Arri company. And she pitched my project in front of a French team of Arri TV. So for many months, I wrote with her the description of the film, which helped me a lot, because that was another description of the same film which I had to create. And this woman, it's Sabine Bubek-Pass, a very intelligent woman, a very sensitive woman, a very good cooperation with her, a hugely developing for me. And we really owe a lot to this woman. But what I managed to do, I've managed to build such a relation that she, at the same time, she had a lot of faith in me. She had a lot of confidence in me. And this is something that I really want to recommend to you as directors. It's very important, and it's very difficult to work with someone who does not trust you. I also had situations like that in my life. For some reason, I don't know, sometimes I also can sort of stumble my way, and I didn't do something ideally, and those people who worked with me think, well, maybe she doesn't manage things so as well as we thought. And at this moment, the situation starts where there is some pressure on you, and we as directors have to manage this pressure. We have to be able to talk to those people. And there's a difference, you know, the lady from broadcasting company has a different need. And for us, if we want to make a film for cinema, this is what I always think about my films. And then we have pandemics, and yes, and I can think whatever I want.
Także tak, no do tego jest potrzebny,
Yes.
do tego jest potrzebny koproducent, czyli kolejna komórka.
Yes, so you need another co-producer, so another entity, yes?
Tak, kolejna firma.
Yes, another company. If you look at the credits of our film, The Wall of Shadows, you can see the list of co-producers, and that will give you a good idea. So, because we're nearing to the end of our presentation, I'll show you the trailer of the film. We're talking about the film The Wall of Shadows.
chyba wyłączę w ogóle, bo coś czuję, że...
Oh, we have no sound.
Dobra.
Okay, right. The last attempt.
Jest dźwięk?
Yeah, we've got sound.
Okej, także kończąc tylko... Kończąc tylko o koprodukcji, chciałam powiedzieć, że koprodukcja jest owszem droga.
Yeah, I wanted just to say that co-production is very expensive because quite often you need to spend the money acquired from a given country in a given country. So I had to do part of my production in Germany, editing in Germany, and then post-production in Switzerland. But thanks to that, we were able to make this film. And it's impossible to make this very bold co-production without a great producer. And I have a great producer who's my producer is Monika Breit, who's not afraid of such challenges. I just wanted to add one thing that I didn't say before. With the final thing, I didn't mention that at the stage of document, there's something like film workshop. It's something like, for example, we meet now in Film Spring Open. This is an example of such a workshop. In Poland, a very strong workshop is the one organized by DocLab Poland. DocLab, they have a development workshop. There are many more workshops in the world, like DocLab incubator in Czech Republic. In Czechia, and also in crossing borders in Asia. So I took part in those, and it was extremely useful for me. I met a lot of interesting people from all around the world, with whom up to now, even today, I'm cooperating. So this is really something really great. I'm sorry, I have a question. Is there a database or a website where you can learn about the European incubators and workshops where you can apply with your projects? I don't really know. I tried to find something like that yesterday, but I didn't. I didn't do that very sort of. I didn't put a lot of effort in that, though. I'll try to find it and tell you during the next meeting. A good producer will know that, of course. When, how, and why you should apply. There's a lot. We have Creative Europe, Euroimage, Adam Mickiewicz Institute. These are the things you have. These are the offer you have in Poland, for example, and you can always try to apply there. For example, participation in DoClub Poland, it always ends with pitching. In a festival or in Krakow. It's a great occasion not only to present your project in the industry, because you're doing this pitching before potential financial partners, where you can find distributors, co-producers, and not only from Poland but from all around Europe. And this is how I managed to find them. So I did it myself. Your function is to make a good pitch and then go and talk to the producer. When we talk about Arte from the Wall of Shadows, I followed her for a long time. I met her in Czechia. We didn't have a meeting with her, with Monica, but I felt she liked something in our project. I found her in Sheffield, and with full determination. I'm not such a bold person. I don't chat up people on the street. I walked up to her and I said, "Do you remember I have this project about Sherpas?" And she said, "No, I don't." So I, slightly dismayed, I started to tell something, and she sort of recalled something, and this developed into some fantastic cooperation, which is also a function of our determination. I don't know if this has to be that way. Maybe you find better ways to solve those problems. Sometimes it works. And to finish with, it's good to finish the film. This is the poster from Walking Underwater, about the water nomads, about the place in the world with people who were born on the sea, and today they have some incredible skills with diving, for example. Yeah, their kids learn to swim faster than to walk, so that was a fascinating thing for me. I did it in 2010. There was almost no information about them. That was like a total discovery for me. When after a few years I finished this film, we went to their village after completing the film. This is Sarif, the main protagonist of the film. He was 13 when we started working on the film, and that was the show. That was the show in the village of the sea people, and most of them never saw any sort of movie. So we got this big sheet of textile. I rented some sort of projector in a school somewhere in the town nearby, and that was some cosmic experience for me. This was to encourage you. This was to encourage you that it's worth to fight for your stories. Somebody sent a list here. That's fantastic. Martin Demer, who's listening us on Facebook, probably he sent it over on the Facebook, and he sent it to us. Yeah, so the list is on Creative Europe desk. DE. So it's a German website, I believe. Yes. Oh, so there is a list. You can use that. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. This is a great thing for us all. Yeah, this is a motivation to do what I told you to do, to prepare synopsis, to write treatments, and to prepare your materials. So, thank you very much. I really got all talkative. I'll see you tomorrow during our next classes when you will be showing me your fantastic projects. I can't wait. So once again, thank you very much.
Ja chciałam tylko zapytać, bo z racji pracy dopiero na ten wykład dotarłam dzisiaj. O której godzinie zaczynamy jutro?
O 14.
So what time do we start tomorrow? At 2 p.m. Thank you. I need to finish. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thank you for being with me.
Okay.
All right, we are back in the studio after the lecture of Eliza Kubarska, and we'll be back with you at 5:30 with Konrad Kruczkowski, who will tell us about creating short video forms so that they resound with certain emotions when we're talking about social topics, how to make a dramatical film that will not be full of pathos, but this is how I believe it's gonna be. This is what the workshop will be about. That's why, in general, I'm leaving now, and I'll see you back at 5:30, and see you then.
This is not a tree. It's every milestone and misstep that's led you here. Your time to branch out beyond 2 dimensions and leap into 3D with the computing power of Z. It's one breakthrough that unlocks 1,000 more. This is not a tree. It's the next era of your creativity. Z by HP.
I witamy ponownie.
And we welcome you again in our 2-hour stream.
Mamy podgląd na to, co dzieje się
We can see what's happening in Konrad Kruczkowski's group. I can see that he's still not there, which slightly unsettles me because I believe that everything will work according to the plan.
Cóż, pozostaje nam chwilkę poczekać. Widzę,
Okay, let's wait a moment. The people are joining in.
Spóźni się trochę z tego, co słyszę.
Yes, as I can hear, Konrad will be late a bit. I was wondering
Co moglibyśmy wam tu pokazać
what we could show you in the meantime. As you can see, we have 2 active cameras on which you can see our studio. Here we can see Krzysztof. Krzysztof waved to you. I can see that camera that is up the stairs automatically found his face, so we'll have to get that down so that we don't have any surprises in the future. You can see 3 screens of mine. I've managed to sort of find before, so that if you
na grupie pierwszej, jak widzicie, możemy sobie podejrzeć stan z tego naszego streamu. Po lewej polski stream, po prawej stream angielski z naszym dziennym lektorem Jankiem. Tak, widzę, że coś tu się zaczyna dziać. O, Konrad Kruczkowski widzę się już połączył. Zaraz zobaczymy, czego słychać. Dobra, to ja myślę, że powolutku się już tam włączymy. Dobra, zobaczymy. O, wygląda na to, że słychać nas, więc my generalnie wyciszamy mikrofon i podłączamy się do grupy Konrada.
Dobra, dodajmy sobie te 2 minuty jeszcze.
Konrad, ja bym chciał z tobą pogadać, wiesz co, na temat weekendu, tam napisałem ci na Messengerze.
Widziałem, odpiszę, wiesz, tak ja dzisiaj w dużym biegu, więc jak skończymy teraz, to od razu ci odpiszę.
Jasne, super, dzięki.
Dobra, jesteśmy już online, więc zacznijmy. Dzień dobry, albo nawet dobry wieczór. Myślę, że kolejne osoby będą jeszcze do nas dołączać, ale tak, to słowem wstępu i podsumowania tego do tej pory, dlatego że grupa już jest w takim środkowym etapie zaawansowania. Jutro przechodzimy do takiej pracy operacyjnej i twórczej, kończymy taki blok.
Tomorrow we'll get into the more operative, active and practical work. Now we'll finish with our theoretical part. We have one simple goal. We want to create a film, a clip which tackles some important social problem, and that would leave the viewer with some important emotion, with something that stay with them for a longer time. I want to give you some theoretical background how to tell a story like that. The story has to be I wanted to show you how to make the story, to tell that the story is real and that the story is much better than the pure facts, and how about some dramatic activities or tricks that you can use from different sources, and how you can build on them, and also on which emotions should be shown in such materials. And what I would like to show you today, and also for the broader audience that comes here to see how our group is working. Hello, Marta.
jak grupa pracuje trochę z boku, a może będzie ktoś chciał do nas dołączyć.
If somebody would like to join us a bit later and after you see how we operate, with this meeting we're finishing the theoretical part when I'm telling a bit more. Tomorrow we will have some space for you to work independently, and on the weekend we'll start to enter teamwork and we start to produce materials so that we're hoping that at the end of the film spring we'll have the finished film. Today about some details about the role of narration and the detail and the tale, regardless of what sort of tale it is, if it's a news feature or if it's something longer, and also about the old legendary 3-act structure. So now that we're talking about the importance of the detail, I wanted to ask you to join me in an experiment. But meanwhile, I'll show you a screen so we can take notes on this. The experiment is the following: close your eyes for 30 or 40 seconds and try to recall the first day in your primary school.
Mamy? Jacek, Sonia.
You got it? Jacek, Sonia?
Marta, która do nas dołączyła.
Marta, who joined us? Okay. Go on. Tell me what you saw.
No ja niestety nie pamiętam.
Unfortunately, I don't remember anything. Didn't you remember anything? Nothing at all? No, I'm sorry.
Nie, no to wymyślimy coś.
Okay, we'll come up with something that will be closer to your memories.
Pierwszy dzień na studiach.
The first day in your at the university, closer, Jacek?
No już bliżej.
It gets better.
Też do końca nie pamiętam.
Yes, I don't remember that a lot because that was like a fun event. I don't remember too much of it. I do sort of try to recollect. Give yourself 30 seconds to bring the image of that into your mind.
Sonia,
you got that? Sonia, do you want to start? Yes, I can start. I remember that I was late for the inauguration of my academic year, so I didn't get my index from the hands of the rector. I don't remember who was to hand it in, but I do remember the room filled. It was the Aula Leopoldinum of the Wrocław University. There was like a throng of people. And what I can remember, I can see the layers in my head. The layer of students dotted by the red and white gentlemen in those medieval suits. And the layer, I don't know if I can, I don't know if it's true or not, or of a very gold or yellow color, which I think, yeah, it was in the room, yes, but I think it could be my imagination, because it made me laugh. This aspect, you know, both the costumographic and scenographic aspect was so funny for me. You know, the people wearing those medieval costumes. So maybe I just painted that in my head. I don't remember that. No. It's the most important is what you have in your head. Yeah. So I remember best these guys in costumes. So something that they received as I found it as a costume. Maya? Maya signals that she cannot express herself. Maya, we're doing an experiment. Try to close your eyes for 30 seconds and try to recall your first day at school. Recall that image and then share with us on the chat what you see and what you felt, what you remember. Marta, Jacek, do you have anything in your mind?
No, też tak niewiele. No,
Well, not really much. New people,
dużo nowych osób,
a lot of new people.
No, ciekawość.
And so I was curious what will befall me, what will happen, but I don't get any concrete details. I'm sorry for that.
Nie ma złych odpowiedzi.
There are no bad answers.
Marta, jesteś z nami?
Martha, are you here with us?
Dajmy chwilę Mai.
Okay, let's give Maya a few seconds to answer.
Marta, niestety nie słychać, jeśli mówisz coś.
Marta, we can't hear you if you're talking to the microphone. Try to write this on in chat. Then maybe our team will help you with the technology.
Ja tymczasem na czat wklejam wam już link do tablicy.
I'm sending you a link to the whiteboard, which we won't need at the moment, but soon we will need its help. Maya wrote that she remembers a warm autumn day and parting with parents and crying and difficulty in accepting new rules and new location.
To ćwiczenie.
This exercise.
Świetnie, że Sonia podzieliła się tymi szczegółami.
It's good that Sonia shared those details. You know, the
deszczowy dzień. Kinga, która też
that's very important that she shares all those details. King also wrote that she recalls all those elements of color and that it was dark. That's fantastic. I'll tell you why we need that exercise. Jacek, you're a unique person. You're not in this scheme, but in general, it is so that when we try to recall something from the past, we remember details, but we do not remember a very general picture. On the first day, people don't say, I felt unsure, uneasy, but people usually say, like I had answers from other groups, I remember my shoes were soaked, or I remember that my mother left my hand, stopped holding my hand, or just like Sonia mentioned about the academic year, that she doesn't remember the whole image, but the ermine coats, the last row, and the yellow color. In Martha's reminiscences, we have the darkness, that it was dark, but when I'm enumerating those things, if you got them to a common denominator, what are those elements?
No, szczegóły.
Those are the details. Yes, that's it. These are the details. But that's an interesting thing. It's interesting that women remember colors better. Maybe each one of you defined her palette of colors. It differs. When I recall my first day at school, when I'm looking at this image, I can see stairs, flight of stairs, a group of older classes, and we as the freshers had to go under this sort of like a tunnel made by the hands of older classes. I sort of see more and more elements. Why is it so? Because our memory is very, very capacious, but the part that we are recalling with, it works on details. we are working on details, and why this is important when you're building a story. It's not important whether it's a written text or a film or any other sort, any other form of telling a story. The detail makes makes it easier for us to recall everything. You won't be able to show everything in a film. Every time we have to sort of cut corners, and especially in a film, this is extremely important, that if we want to express something, if we want to show something, but we don't want to sort of tell it from the voiceover brutally, but it's much better statistically to leave something unsaid but obvious. And I'll give you an example soon. Then it's worth to use the detail. The detail has is of immense importance.
Ale żeby to oddać tak bardziej plastycznie, nawet niż eksperymentem ze wspomnieniami. Jeśli ja wam powiem, że mam małą córkę, to w jakim ona waszym zdaniem jest wieku?
Jak popatrzysz na ten ekran, 3-5 lat.
Ktoś ma inaczej?
Pomyślę od razu o 7-latce.
Ktoś jeszcze? Osoby, które mają kłopot z techniką, 150 cm. A wiek, Maja?
I'm sorry, we had some technical problems here.
5, 6.
5, 6.
4, 5.
4, 5.
Mi też się wydaje, że 5, 6.
I also think that 5 or 6. Okay, but if my daughter is 3 years old,
albo czy mogę powiedzieć, że mam małe dziecko,
can I say that if I have a small child, if she's 8 or 9? No, not anymore.
A 3 albo 2?
And 3 or 2?
Mam małe dziecko.
I have a small child. I have a small child, 2-year-old girl. No or yes? Yes. That's it. If we're using an adjective, the adjective are very capacious. When we're talking big, small.
Ten rozstrzał, który wymieniliście, to tak od 4 do 7 nawet. Nie? 8 to była taka górna granica, że powiedzieliście nie, tu się kończy pojemność przymiotnika mały. Ale czy nawet powiedzenie, że mam małe dziecko,
even when I say, if I say that I have a small child, does it have any emotional charge? Does it have any emotional value? Does it tell you something?
Jakąś daje.
Yes, it does in a way.
Okay.
Yes.
A gdybym teraz powiedział,
and if I said now,
zamieniam szczegół,
I'm replacing a detail, I'm replacing an adjective which is very capacious to Asia joined us right now. If I'm replacing an adjective which is very to something very concrete, then it's also a question if it's going to be more precise. If I said my child, when she wants to reach to the top of the table, she has to stand on top of her toes and really stretch out. Now that defines her age much better, and size and looks. So yes, try to imagine. Of course, we could discuss it, we could dispute it, but the one element, a small child, and the other story. My child, when it wants to reach the tabletop, it has to stand on the top of its toes and reach out. Which image is more precise and the emotional value is smaller? Yes. When the one that is descriptive. We've got a wide. You've got a detail, yes. We described certain detail. Instead of an adjective, we have a detail. Why am I talking about that? Because if we need to translate into any story into the film language, so it's not only there's nothing worse than talking heads. What we need is an image. And if we're talking about the film, we're not talking about a static image. So in a film, we need to have an image where something is happening. So using this example, if I'm to show my protagonist and his small child, it's much better. Instead of a talking head, when he says, "I have a small kid," or my child is 110 centimeters tall, even when it's totally the bigger resonance you will have when you will show the image, not of a girl, but maybe those hands of a girl trying to reach the tabletop. So I'm using this example to show you the details of the importance of a detail. The detail is much more precise. But above all, it builds much stronger emotional connection. It carries much more emotional weight. So my 150 centimeters is sort of trying to draw my attention, but I can't do it. Sorry. Yeah, this is the beauty of working remotely and sleeping at the same place where you're working. So what I wanted to say, I'd like you to make an exercise. I'd like to give you some examples of working with the details, just which we did in workshops a few days ago. I will take on a fictional role. I would like you to ask me some questions, and then you try to tell this story, to translate it into an interesting language of a detail. But I will show you some examples first. It is an interview of it's a text by Mariusz Szczygieł, but it is in text, but it could be very well translated into video. There's a couple which met, and the first narration, that the first thing we can tell about her, they met at work. Do you have some? Can you imagine anything about them? Not really. Let's move on. Let's get more into detail, and we start to play with more detail. They've met at a factory. Do you have more details? Yes, that's much better. Your imagination starts to open up, so we'll get more detail, even more detail. They met at a piano factory where they work together. Well, yeah, that sort of defines some things already. Okay, so they met at a piano factory where they worked together, and during the polishing of the piano keys, he touched her hand. But in reality, they met because it's all, you see, it's all contained in that they met at work. But you have a different emotional weight when you say it. I think you can feel it. And another example that I would like to show you from a documentary which is devoted to people left in care houses, in care centers. I saw two rough versions of these materials. One preliminary version was an image where the owner of this house, or the nurse of this house, said, but she was talking that when they bring in an elderly person, these people sort of become motionless. They sit there and only after a few days you can get into some sort of contact with them. And this sort of made a story for us. Whereas the second version exactly of the same story, was only the image. I'm sorry, I could not get that for you, but I promise you I will show it to you. Is the story that there was a frame in which there was the whole day. You could see that it's the whole day through, because it was fast forward, and the sun was going across the room, and there was one elderly lady sitting in her room, sitting motionless, looking at the window, and the only thing that happens is somebody's coming, puts food on her lap, and after some time takes this food away. And during that day it happens 2 or 3 times. So try not to looking at the script, try to imagine what is more emotionally heavy for the viewer. Is it somebody's tale or an image like that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm just trying to lead you, yes, to those answers. But I want you to understand the meaning of those I wanted you to capture the right answer. Yes, we all vote for the strength of the image. Yes, this food is a very, very strong element. If there was no food, it wouldn't be so strong. So that somebody didn't eat any food during the day. So we'll try to capture those elements on the level of voiceover and the level of what protagonists say, and at the level of stories images that we show. Let's take the film Spring material about the mountain rescue. Well, but let's make the exercise now. The story is the following. I'm a security officer in a bank. I work there every day. It's a bank in a small town. Nothing much happens there. On average, there may be 6-7 people coming in there every day. Those are mainly elderly people. I am very bored with this work, and I'm burnt out, and I get a job offer in a different place. I can get a job at a factory where I would guard a production line, but I decide to stay in the bank. And this is a document which you have to tell. Now, for you to get the sense of this exercise, ask me some questions and try to ask them to capture as many details as you need to tell this story, but also get my motivation to interweave it into this narration. And try to think about 3-act structure.
Jeśli narrator, to co ten narrator mógłby powiedzieć z tego, co ja powiem, a jeśli obrazek, to jaki obrazek. Robimy film dokumentalny, więc nie wychodzimy poza to, co ja wam zdążyłem powiedzieć. Także Jacku, nie wybieraj w kryminał, skupiamy się tylko i wyłącznie na tej materii, która nam padnie w rozmowie. Śmiało, pytajcie. Na czacie też można.
No to moim pierwszym pytaniem byłoby to, czy znasz osobiście tych klientów w banku, czy z nimi rozmawiasz?
No proszę panią, ja tu już pracuję 20 lat, to ci ludzie są jak sąsiedzi w starej kamienicy.
They live I've been here for 20 years. I know everything about my neighbors. There's an elderly lady coming here. She's like coming here twice a month, and she gets some money. And I know all her illnesses. I know what are her receipts. But I know everything about her doctor, but she does such a beautiful thing, but But she used to get her pension from a postman, but now she gets it on her account. When she got this pension from a postman, she was sort of transferring it to her account. Now she sort of divided into different elements. Now she comes it to the bank. She gets it from the ATM. She takes all the money from the ATM and gets into the bank and pays into the bank, because she has this. She believes that if she pays it at the cashier, the money is much safer. But if she leaves it at the ATM, it's not safe enough. I gave you a lot of details here. There's a question in chat. What makes me happy about this job? Am I happy in this job? Well, 20 years, you don't transplant old trees. I'm more afraid that I will not be happy in the new job. Okay, yeah, be bold. Try to look for the details which then can be translated into a non-obvious tale.
A jak daleko masz do tej pracy?
How far away is from your house to this job? It's like 30. If I go by bike, I used to go by bike, but my knees sort of hurts now. And how far is it to the factory? Well, I would take a bus which goes to the factory, which collects people from all around the town. So that would be perfect.
Kto ci prasuje koszulę?
Who irons your shirt? I iron my own shirt because I'm a single man. I was not lucky to find the right person. Nobody wants to iron my shirt. Remember that you have to build an image. Try to look for things that can be sort of translated into an image. Let's try 3 or 4 minutes more.
A gdzie chodzisz na obiady?
Where do you eat your lunches? We used to go opposite to this like bar, but the bar is closed now, and I think that soon this bank will be closed too, because I think everything is on the internet right now. So we have those 2 cashiers, the director, who's a very good man, and we say that we either the director orders for himself and he pays it for it from his own pocket, or everybody brings in from their home, and we make like a smorgasbord. Bank has a break, a 30-minute break during the day, and that's when we eat our lunches.
Jest pytanie na czasie, jak wygląda twoje stanowisko?
What does your job post look like? Normally I should stand by the door, but because everybody knows everybody, nobody really makes a hassle if I sit next to the door. But there's nothing to be guarded because we all know each other. All right. That doesn't have to be a story which has a beginning and the end. Think with a frame. Think about a frame that could represent this man. Try to show because I think I gave you enough details that you can imagine this in a very picturesque way. Try to concentrate on one detail that will allow you to evoke some emotion, to get us to know this person. Let's give ourselves 4 minutes.
Jak wam się coś w trakcie jeszcze urodzi, to śmiało pytajcie.
If you get any ideas in the meantime, just shoot.
Ja sobie myślę, bo najczęściej jest takie, że
I was thinking because when you're working with people, you see interesting details, and we're sort of imagining a person, but we add to him our own sort of what we feel can get attached to such a person. So when I'm thinking about a person who's lonely and likes his stable life and doesn't want to change, even though they're tired with routine, but they prefer to sort of deal with routine and tiredness rather than risk the stress related to change, I immediately see my grandfather. And I'm thinking immediately that this person has to be very pedantic, and probably he has screws in his basement, sort of defined by size and put on the shelf, and that the dose of the social contact that he has when he's at work, that this is the value. So I would look for Sonia, and that is great, because if you're feeling that this material could be a tale about relations and about attachment to people and not to location and not to job, I would search in that direction. Maybe we should show them eating together. I could see that this could be a comedy drama, because we have a bank, a serious financial institution, and they have a smorgasbord. There's a serious man, director, in his business suit. Some two ladies, you could ask about their age, but probably they're middle-aged or something, which sit there. You didn't ask about interiors because you didn't ask because you would see that in your imagination. But this lunch could be a thing that you could show. You know, they had like a bank, a security guy, and they have a lunch in the middle of the day. Sonia asked me to describe what is important for me, and why does he feel needed in his work? What does it feel important for this place? Let me just now impersonate my protagonist again. I sometimes hear as those cashiers say that if I leave, they will probably die. So I can't believe, I wouldn't imagine me doing that to them. Okay, let's just wait until they close our division of the bank, our branch of the bank. Well, that's again. I'm not responding to the question you asked in your exercise about how we imagine which frames could be possible, because this is about the necessity, this need to belong. Yes, this need of belonging. I will not go away from this team. If it breaks up, if we get shut down, we'll leave all. But I won't do it as the first person. This sounds a lot like a sort of a marriage of this man with his team. He won't leave them. It might not be the most colorful. The job might be the most colorful. He might be earning more, but this need to be loyal is.
Do czegoś przynależę, ktoś mnie akceptuje, a nagrodę wynikającą z tego, że ja jestem lojalna. Czerpię przyjemność z tego, że trwam ze swoimi.
I'm staying with our people. Yes, you're reading my intentions very well, and that was absolutely fantastic. Yes, it's try to get some details that you could use to tell this story in images. How you could say that it's a story about loyalty, the sense of belonging, about a small community, without saying that this story is about belonging. This story is about belonging in a small place. This is the difference. This is what gives us the value added. telling something, shooting something straight, everybody can do that, but that does not evoke emotions in the viewer. Showing that in a non-direct way makes it resonate in people. I want you to understand that this is important and this is not very difficult, because I want you to use that in our film. This could be small everyday rituals and the emotions, intentions between people and emotions between people. If you could see those rituals, we could see them located in space to show them that they choreographically they're they're beautiful. Yes, I can see that. Here, building this film out of details is something that is within our reach. But the repeatedness of those details, that might also be interesting. How do you imagine that? Can you say a few words? If we have a ritual, if we have food, for example, then you could show this food several times. I think that we could have the same thing with another activity. When they're talking to each other, there's some relation between them. Solving, like doing crosswords, maybe some, giving hints or. I like that. Well, my question would also be the aspect of the story related to the proposal, that it's not a hypothetical, that there's this act of staying, conscious staying in your place. There's some offer of leaving or some other proposal. Our protagonist could change the team, could change the workplace, but he doesn't do it. Yes, it's very good that you're asking about that, because if we move on to the 3-act structure, we'll be working on it.
From time to time say something, but in English, sorry. I do understand Polish, and I spent almost a year in Poland, but I forgot almost everything. Yes, so
Feel free.
According to the story and to these situations with small rituals, if we have in the beginning, for example, the offer to the person of the changes in his life, or then every day, like when this ritual is broken and the reaction is different, then this person have to come to the decision, maybe like that, like in my opinion.
Ksenia, jak mówię po polsku, jest okay, tak?
Ksenia, if I'm speaking Polish, it's okay for you, or do you want me to speak Polish?
Rozumiem, ale nie bardzo dobrze mówię.
Bardzo dobrze mówisz.
Oh well, you're talking very well.
To mi się podoba ta narracja.
I really like this narrative. I really like this storyline. We're still thinking about theoretically, but I get from your story, I can already imagine the voiceover, the tale of this man, and he's talking about that he got an offer, that he's thinking he can say whatever he wants, but in the image you've got all those little rituals that you're talking about.
Mi się to zgadza, podoba mi się to. To jest dokładnie to, o co mi chodziło, żeby sobie uchwycili szczegóły.
This is what I want to talk about. I want to capture the details. Those details has to express the character of this person, the warmth of the relation there.
Marta też powiedziała o tym, że można pokazać obserwatora, który jest statyczny.
Marta said we could talk about, show the observer who's static, but base it on details of the clients of the bank. That's also very interesting. I feel that we got it. I feel that because you started to think with detail. I'll show you a spot which we watched today already at our earlier meeting. Give me a sec. I'll send you a link to the chat. Well, it's not perfect in many ways because we have very little time to realize this. But all the rules that we started to talk about this morning, these rules are in there. And I want you to ask yourself a question. Try to capture the details in the spot and try to answer the question, what is the value in there? You know the details are there. You know they're important, and now try to break down this image into individual parts and get all those details and tell me what they're hinting you at. Link on the chat. Can we put this on the online? Yes. Can we put it online? If not,
Chyba lepiej będzie, że jak swój ekran chyba udostępnisz, nie?
It's better if you show your screen, yeah? Our beautiful interiors. Look at this. Get all the details that are in the film.
2 miliony osób żyje w skrajnym ubóstwie. Możesz im pomóc. Wejdź na szlachetnapaczka.pl.
Mamy?
Yeah, you got it?
Super.
That's very good.
Dobra, to podzielcie się proszę tą refleksją.
Okay, so could you share your reflection, share your thoughts about the details? What was the role in there? Yeah, starting from this piece of bread and with jam. This is her whole breakfast. Then the moment when she goes through the papers, and we have plenty of letters on the as if she had a collection on the table of documents. But maybe I don't want to talk about all the details here. The moment of handing the letter of a letter by a postman, she got some new the food, the bills, no gas, and lack of hope. These things are the carrier of narrative. That's true, exactly. All this spot, it's all built from details, because it's a very difficult thing. How to tell a story of an elderly lady who's living in poverty and she's cold, and you have to tell it in 30 seconds. The detail, because it is a scaffolding, we can build everything around the scaffolding. So if you see a hand of a child trying to reach to the tabletop, your brain fills this already with the tiles. You know, it fills with all the sort of connections, and in this spot you have all those elements. They're very, very small details. They're like 2-3 second frames or shots, and they sort of fill your head with the whole story. A lonely elderly lady who's suffering from poverty. You could put a lot of stories in this, but we get this effect. Why am I talking about that? Because when you, on the weekend, you'll be struggling with your own material and will trying to record something, get yourself prepared to have if you have an idea for a narrative, when you record, try to look for the details that will allow in a short time to tell the whole story, to sort of add all the details in your mind. To sum up, what I would like you to remember from this is that the detail has 2 or 3 more rows. The first one is that one detail allows you to say a deeper story, because this is how your brain works. It fills the void. When you see a small hand on the tabletop, we can see the baby, the little child that tries to reach. When I see those hands trying to reach for something, I can see all the rest of the girl standing on top of her toes inside my head. When Sonia in the beginning was saying that she remembers, she said a few small details, a few sentences that she remembers her first day at the university, the group of guys in ermine coats and the golden room, and that it was a big space. I didn't see only those elements that she mentioned, but my head added everything. I had the whole imagination of this room. Of course, different from what Sonia saw in her real life, but this is not important. At the level of the story, your frame is filled. The detail tells us the story. You do not need to say everything. In editing, it's extremely important when you select the material, when you have to choose something. You do not need to show the classics of theory. You do not need to show how a person leaves the house, that they sort of leave the door, they close the door, they get into the lift, they go down, they leave the block of flats and get into the car. It's enough if we show him reaching for the door handle, and then we show it in the car, because our brain will add everything. The second value of the detail is that the detail has much higher emotional value than the story, than the tale. One image gives you much more if it accompanies by narration than adjectives. And voiceover is always to reach away from adjectives big, small, etc., but to get as possible. Don't say we have you. Don't make him say I have a small child, but it's better to ask him explain. Why do you say she's so small, or tell us about a situation which shows that she's small. Yeah. So for example, he says that she needs to jump to put on the coat on the hook. We have a stronger emotional value then. Another example. Unfortunately, the journalists get away from that. The air catastrophes. You can see dead bodies strewn around the area of the air crash. Would that have emotional value, and will that hit you? Yes, but you can make a longer shot. For example, on the shoes which are strewn on the field. What strikes you stronger? That's the question. Yes, shoes, and it's just a detail, and it doesn't show you any gore. Yes. So two things. First, it allows you to supplement the image. You don't need everything, especially in short forms. This is extremely important. It adds emotional value. It starts more emotional processes inside of you. And the third element, because our memory is based on the detail, it's easier to remember such a material. Tell me, does it resonate with you? Do you understand it? Do you feel it? Or do you have any doubts about that? Be bold. There are no bad answers. I think we all get all that about detail, because the detail sort of defines your protagonist. Yes. At this stage, we'll be working on it in practice. I will help you with your materials. But tell me, do you have like a general idea how to sort of put this theoretical knowledge to your film, or is it still too little? That will also help me to define the help for you. The workshops are for you. So if you feel that I didn't tell you enough, it means that I need to tell you more, and not that you're not smart enough. The responsibility is on me. When we start work on concrete material and start to find for if we start working on concrete stories, and when we get to then you probably will see that and where the gaps are, and then you'll be able to supplement it, and it's easier if we work on the living body of a project. We'll make this 3-act structure. Unfortunately, this is what I promised you, but unfortunately it took us too much time. But with high probability, I would like to have one more extra meeting with you, but I will come back to you with that in emails, because the 3-act structure is extremely important. But the task for you for tomorrow, and we do not need a 3-act structure for that. I have a feeling that we got a lot of theory in throughout those 2 days. We talked about the stories based on elements, facts, and there should be some universal truth in that, etc. And truth be told, oh, that's fantastic. It's in the timetable. Thank you, Victoria. I lost my train of thought because I got so happy that we'll have it in our timetable. So what I would like you to devote your time to tomorrow is to think about the topic, which story you would want to tell, and look for it around you. Think that you can work as a team and we can do it something remotely. Look for something in your biographies. That's one thing. But when you have a topic and you have an intuition what the story is about on the level of facts, then you can think, what do you want it to be truly about, and what do you want to say more about in this? What's hidden in this tale? This story about the man who rejects the offer and gets to the bank every day is the level of facts, but the story could be about many other things. But this all depends on what we want to tell it about. It could be a small local community, about attachment of people, but also about the fear of change if we got a bit deeper in that. So ask yourself a question: what the story could be about in this at this level of facts, which emotion you would like to sort of deliver there. But this will also tell us which tools to use. And which of the narrative lines, which of the stories would be best fitting for that. And last but not least, at this level, at this stage of conceptual work, which details could be used there, and which details can you ask your protagonists in a discussion for? So put all those elements in a concept and make it in the form of a FAQ. The first question: what the story is about on the fact level. Second, what the story is about really. Which universal tale it carries with it. The third question: which emotions, the leading emotions, it has to evoke in the audience. What do we want? What does the emotion want to leave the audience with? 4. Does the story is the story sort of locked in a certain narrative lines that we sort of drawn out? 5. The detail, 3 or 4 details that we'll need to translate that into a tale, a different tale than just a spoken one. Sonia? I have an organizational, because our meeting tomorrow, we will have no classes tomorrow. Tomorrow is the time for your own work, and on Saturday we'll get together with what you prepared. It will more be the next week, not. That's what I need to ask one theoretical meeting. They will be very important before the editing. Because this is most important. The structure is most needed at the level of editing. Marta asked, she said that she missed some classes. She's missed one classes. Can we get up to speed? Yes, I said on Saturday. I have some work on Sunday, but Film Spring is for you. But I'll try to do my best. Send me an email, and I'll try to use some additional time for you.
No, natomiast chciałbym, żebyśmy jak sobie pewnie w sobotę dołożymy jeszcze tą godzinę na konstrukcję trzyaktową.
So on Saturday we'll add maybe an hour to talk about the 3-act structure. So the second part of Saturday, Sunday, Monday we'll have the time to prepare the material, to the animation. We had this idea on the very outset. At the end of the Monday and Tuesday we'll be sort of polishing all those editing details.
Tak, tu też mam informację, że godziny konsultacji indywidualnych są dostępne w zakładce na stronie grupy.
Yeah, the consultations are available. The materials are available at our tab on the website. I do have a feeling that we're still in the theoretical block, which is well, I felt that this is important because if I wanted our material to be based on those theoretical background, and I wanted us to make this I wanted you to be conscious of which strategy you use and why. And yes, Ksenia, one more information for you, because you're with us for the first time. If you want to stay in this group and if you want to follow us, yes, grab me on Facebook and we'll get some individual chat, individual consultation, and in a dense formula I will then tell you what happened up to now so that you feel up to speed with the group. Okay, so we got it for now. Does anybody want to ask anything for the end? Maja? No. Okay, thank you very much. Film Spring, thank you for this perfect service. I'm very sorry that I can't see you live this year, but I hope that next edition, maybe not in Przegorzały, then in some similar place. Thank you and goodbye. Thanks, hey, bye. Well, all right, my dears. We've finished another day. There are no more group activities that we could show you, but don't worry, because we're coming back tomorrow at 10 a.m. and we'll be starting with Konrad Ziaja, who will tell us about cinematic VR. And then the guy who's sitting next to me on the right-hand side, and he tries to hide from you, will tell you how to create and earn money on stock footage, which is I'm very happy, because hopefully you will not disconnect my computer again. Well, so much for the jokes. We will not sort of prolong it too much. Let's go get on the timetable. As you can see, oh, that's today's timetable. My mistake, sorry. You can see what tomorrow will look like. It seems to be a long day. It seems that we'll end at 9 p.m. But it's not a problem. We'll be showing you live what will happen, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, and see you. Oh.